Chapter 21. We spent the bulk of the day naked together in Nick's penthouse. True to his word, he makes it his mission to keep me well-pleasured and multi-orgasmic both in and out of his bed. After the hours of creative, vigorous exertion, I'm not sure how I have the strength to stand upright as we ride the elevator down to the lobby to meet the limousine waiting to take us to the gala. I can't deny that I'm anxious about tonight as well. The closest I've ever gotten to an elegant black-tie gathering is the handful of weddings I've worked as a part-time bartender, on those rare occasions when the opportunity arose and my schedule at Vendange allowed. Now, here I am, attending possibly the social event of the year as Dominic Bain's date. Standing next to me in a black tuxedo, starched white shirt, and black silk tie, Nick is the epitome of confidence and class. He's attractive no matter what he wears, and even more so when he wears nothing at all. But seeing him dressed in formal attire is a revelation. Like this, the wealth and influence he commands is unmistakable. Although his stance is relaxed beside me, his long legs slightly apart, power vibrates off every inch of his tall, athletic form. I notice how his hands are folded loosely in front of him, the unmarked one resting lightly atop his scarred one. It's a stance I've seen him in before, and I realize only now that this is part of his mask. He looks so handsome and commanding, there's little chance that anyone would notice his flaw, but he hides it anyway, as if the damage shames him. It doesn't diminish him at all in my eyes. I see a survivor. I see a man with secrets and hauntedness of his own, and I want to understand him. I want him to know that there is nothing about him that I find displeasing. In fact, he's so magnificent, he takes my breath away. He's so damn sexy. He makes me hunger for him all over again, even though I've certainly enjoyed my fair share of him already today. Keep looking at me like that, Ms. Ross, and we won't make it into the car, much less to the party. When I glance up, I find a spark of humor in his eyes and in the smirk that tugs sensually at the corner of his mouth. On second thought, keep looking. I'll call Patrick and tell him he can return the car to the Fleet garage. I laugh and give his biceps a light smack. You will not. No, but I should. He reaches over to smooth the backs of his knuckles gently along the side of my face. The look he gives me is as solemn as it is heated. You look beautiful, Avery. Thank you. I want to look good for him. I've spent the past 45 minutes getting showered and ready back at Claire's apartment, both excited and apprehensive about the prospect of arriving anywhere on Dominic Bain's arm. Although I would give anything to be wearing something as elegant as the designer cocktail dresses and couture gowns that fill Claire's walk-in closet, my budget runs more toward department store discount racks. I'm anxious as I stand beside Nick in the little black dress I bought on clearance with Tasha last year, and the strappy black Jimmy Choo sandals I got for a steal at a secondhand store in Park Slope not long after I settled in Brooklyn. Will everyone sense the imposter in their midst tonight? For that matter, will Nick? Whether he senses my nerves or not, as the elevator chimes with our arrival on the street level of the building, Nick takes my hand in his and leads me out to the lobby. Manny is there at the main door as we stroll across the gleaming marble toward the sleek black limousine waiting just outside. I detect the faintest lift of the doorman's brows as we approach, but it's there and gone in an instant. A consummate professional, Manny merely smiles, then smoothly opens the door for us. Good evening, Ms. Ross. Mr. Bain. Evening, Manny. Nick nods in greeting, placing his hand at the small of my back to allow me to exit ahead of him. As I pass through, I offer Manny a smile that feels a little awkward, considering our conversation the other day, and the fact that the doorman is probably aware of the time I've been spending in Nick's apartment. His face shows no judgment. If anything, I can't help thinking there is a small note of approval in his kind eyes.
"Have a pleasant evening, miss."
"Sir," he says, escorting us to the standing limo where Nick's driver waits with the back door open. We climb in and are quickly on our way. It doesn't take more than 5 minutes to make the drive down Park Avenue to the 5-star hotel that's hosting the gala. If my nerves were jangling before, they spike with new apprehension as the limousine pulls in behind a parade of similar glossy black vehicles at the hotel's entrance. Clumps of reporters and media personnel are gathered behind crowd control barriers. The cacophony of their shouts and chatter audible even through the glass and steel of the limo. Cameras, cell phones, and tablets flash like strobe lights as the press attempts to get their shots of the arriving guests. No sooner does Patrick roll forward, closer to the fray, than another limo rolls right up behind us.
"Apologies, sir," he says from up front. "We're not going anywhere fast, unfortunately."
"Not your fault," Nick replies, but I can see the displeasure in his face. I can feel it in the tension of his body beside me. At that moment, one of the men with cameras jumps the line and snaps a photo through the windshield of our car. I see Nick drop his head to avoid the shot, but the flash of the camera is faster. "Shit," he hisses, as his name goes up in a holler among the crowd. Like a cloud of locusts, a number of reporters now break away to converge on the limousine. The barrage of flashes outside the windows is blinding, the voices rising to a chaos of indistinguishable shouts. "Oh my God!" I swallow, both astonished and repulsed by the feeding frenzy that awaits on the other side of the limousine doors. If this is what it's like to travel in Nick's circle, to have his wealth and social standing, no wonder he holds his privacy so close to his vest. I suddenly regret pushing him into attending this party, not only for Nick's sake, but my own as well. Old, rusty memories of another time slash through my mind, uninvited. Camera flashes snapping and exploding in my face. Relentless, demanding shouts from reporters. Interrogations, accusations. Their terrifying voices ringing in my ears. And I remember my own cries, too. The racking sobs that felt as though they would split me in half. I close my eyes, trying to keep the ordeal banished to my past. But the memories are too strong, too raw, even after all these years. "Mama, no! Mama, please don't go! Don't leave me!" Nick growls from beside me, startling me back to reality.
"Fuck this."
He glowers at the clamoring madness outside the vehicle.
"We're getting out of here, Patrick." "Very well, sir."
When I glance uncertainly at Nick, his determined gaze locks on me. It grounds me, even though he can't possibly know how desperately I need it right now.
"You give me your hand as we get out of the car. Just keep your head down, hold on tight, and follow me, all right?"
I nod. He opens the door on his side and helps me across the seat to exit with him. His strong hand is wrapped around mine, just as he promised. He doesn't let go, not for a second. I hurry alongside him as he weaves us through the logjam of vehicles and the gauntlet of yammering press and media. We head for the pair of doormen who have their hands full admitting arriving guests and dignitaries, while a small security detail barks for the media to stay on the other side of the barriers. As soon as we approach, one of the doormen greets Nick by name and lets us inside. We enter the hotel, leaving the bedlam behind us, and my relief is instant and profound. Soothing classical music plays softly in the background as we step into the opulent lobby. Some other couples in formal wear walk ahead of us, clearly heading for the same event we are. As we approach the check-in stand outside the grand ballroom, I can't help noticing that the hem of my dress is shorter than most, the cut of it skimming my curves a bit more snugly. With one hand still caught in Nick's grasp, I use my other to smooth the skirt down and subtly tug at the hem.
"Relax,"
Nick murmurs. He leans toward me with a smile that sends heat arrowing through my veins.
"If anyone here had your legs, they'd be showing them off too." "Good evening, Mr. Bain," says one of the tuxedoed hosts as we approach the front of the line. Mayor Holbrook wants you to know that he's honored you were able to make time to be here tonight." "Of course." Nick's tone is level, his smile perfunctory, as we step away from the stand and walk through the soaring double-door entrance to the ballroom. I don't miss the fact that more than a dozen heads turn as we enter, or rather, as Dominic Xavier Bain enters the room. Men and women pause in mid-sentence to look away from their companions as he strides into their midst with the unapologetic confidence of a king or a god. It's mesmerizing to watch the effect he has on the mere mortals who surround him. Men stand a little straighter, their chests puffed out, as if subconsciously compelled to at least attempt to measure up to him, no matter how futile. Women lower their chins and gaze coquettishly at him from under their lashes, fingers reaching idly up to touch their mouths or toy with the ends of their hair. A few even lick their lips, desire sketched across their faces, no matter their marital status or age. Nick's presence is magnetic, his orbit all-consuming, attracting everyone and everything in his path, drawing all of those lesser objects into the heat of his sun. I'm no more exempt than anyone else. He has a hold on me I can't even begin to deny anymore. Each time we're together, I feel that hold tighten, drawing me closer, pulling me onto a path that I've been warned may destroy me. I know I should be wary of those warnings. I should resist this pull I feel with him. I should fight it with everything I have before I drift too close and end up burned to ashes. Instead of resisting or fighting, I let go of a small sigh when Nick releases my hand and turns to face a big man in a dark gray suit who's approaching us from across the ballroom. If the man's size and demeanor didn't give him away as security, his headset and wireless microphone do.
"Good evening, Mr. Bain. Mayor Holbrook would be pleased if you'd join him for a moment. He'd like to thank you personally for coming out to support his campaign tonight."
Nick grunts. Let me guess, he'd like to thank me in front of the cameras over there? Although the big man doesn't confirm or deny, I glance past him to where a cluster of reporters are interviewing the ambitious young mayor, who's currently running for his second term in office. I have no doubt that having Nick's endorsement, implied or absolute, is worth more than most of the contributions that will be pouring in during tonight's gathering. Nick turns to face me.
"Will you be all right for a few minutes without me?"
Sure, of course. From the look he gives me, I know he's tempted to touch me, maybe even kiss me, but his demeanor has grown more cautious since we arrived. Whether that's to protect me from the glare of the spotlight he has to endure, or to protect himself, I can't be sure. Right now, though, it doesn't matter. We're here to help the rec center. My insecurities and desires are insignificant compared to that goal. Go on, I tell him. I'll be fine. He nods. I'll be right back. I watch him walk away, savoring the cut of his suit on his fine form and the loose, animal prowl of his limbs as he crosses the ballroom and is greeted by the beaming politician. Mayor Holbrook pumps Nick's hand enthusiastically as the small crowd of reporters close in on them. I stand there for a moment, then decide to busy myself with a glass of wine. I drift through the elegantly dressed crowd, wending my way toward one of the bartenders, positioned near the ballroom's dance floor. I can't say that I'm completely comfortable among this elite crowd, but the music being played by the small orchestra at the front of the ballroom is relaxing, and the sea of beautiful gowns and tuxedos provides plenty of distraction for me as I request a glass of Pinot Noir and settle in to people watch until Nick returns. With wine in hand, I begin weaving back through the gathering. The ballroom is packed and bustling, both with the mayor's invited guests and the army of hotel catering personnel who stroll the room offering fancy hors d'oeuvres to the clusters of conversing partygoers. As I meander back toward the other side of the room, one of those catering servers accidentally pivots into my path, nearly crashing into me with her silver tray of crudités. In reflex, I hold my wineglass up and out of the way as the short blonde comes to an abrupt halt, facing me. For a stunned moment, neither one of us speaks. "Avery?"
Kimmy's pinched expression goes from shock to confusion as she looks me up and down. What the hell are you doing here? Chapter 22. I am so busted. Dread washes over me as I stare at my least favorite coworker from Vendange. Kimmy is the last person I expect or want to see here tonight. She could screw me in any number of ways right now, and the thin sneer that spreads over her face only drives that point home even harder. I tell myself to ignore her attempt at confrontation. After all, considering the situation, my best defense is likely an offense. I'm surprised to see you here too, Kimmy. I didn't realize you work for the hotel. She's still scowling, but my question seems to catch her off guard. I don't, usually. My cousin is the catering manager. I fill in when they have large events and need the extra staff. Oh, well, enjoy the party then. Don't work too hard. I force a light smile and start to step past her. Does Joel know you're here? Her acid tone freezes my feet in place. I should have guessed she wouldn't let me skate by so easily. But the note of accusation in her voice pisses me off. I swivel a cold look on her. What does that matter to you? It doesn't, but I think it'll matter plenty to him. Her lips purse, and I can already see the glimmer of satisfaction in her face. When he called me to see if I could take your shift today, he said you called in sick. Funny, you don't look sick to me. How nice of you to say so, I reply with equal venom. So what are you doing here? You can't possibly be on the guest list for something this swank. So how'd you get in? She glances around me, her gaze searching now. You here on a hot date or something? She titters as she says it, as if she finds the idea preposterous. But her question hits its mark with laser accuracy, even more than her implied threat about ratting me out to Joel. And as she scans the crowd, obviously looking for clues as to who I could be with, genuine panic blooms in my stomach. If she sees me with Dominic Bain, I have no idea what she'll do. If she decides to confront me again when I'm standing near him, I'll not only be humiliated, but sick for the embarrassment it could cause him, especially in such a public place. The thought settles on me with a weight I can hardly bear. If Nick were to find out I've been lying to him, pretending to be someone I'm not, he'll be furious. If it should happen in front of his peers or the mayor, or, dear God, in front of the press, he'll have every right to despise me. Kimmy studies me with open amusement. What's wrong, Avery? I swear you look like you just swallowed a bug. It feels like I swallowed an entire hornet's nest, but I'm not going to dignify her needling me by giving her any kind of response. I down my wine and set the empty glass on her tray without comment. I hear her outraged scoff as I brush past her, but I don't turn around to enjoy the moment. I don't hesitate for a second as I step through the crowds at a brisk clip, desperate to get away from her. With any luck, I can find a ladies' room to hide in somewhere until I'm able to calm my jittery nerves, enough to return to the party and wait for Nick. I'm so preoccupied with that mission, I hardly register the presence of a tall, handsome man emerging from out of a cluster of tuxedos up ahead. Warm brown eyes dance with friendly greeting as Jared Rush flashes his megawatt smile at me.
This party just got vastly more interesting, he drawls as I slow to a pause in front of him. Good to see you, Avery.
Jared, hi. Summoning my composure, I return his welcoming smile. Nice to see you here, too. As rattled as I am, his laid-back charm helps calm my nerves. It also doesn't hurt that he's incredibly easy on the eyes. Tonight, his long brown waves are contained in a loose ponytail at his nape. The look is considerably tamer than the first time I saw him, but even dressed in an impeccably tailored tuxedo, with his wild mane swept back off his face, Jared still exudes a swaggering, rebel vibe that he wears without a trace of apology. I like that about him, and am genuinely glad to think I have at least one ally here tonight. Making his excuses to the other men he'd been talking with, he turns his full attention on me.
Where were you heading so fast? Don't tell me you were about to leave.
No, I shake my head in vague denial. I was just thinking about getting some air.
Can't say I blame you. Anytime you have this many politicians in one room, all that hot air makes it damn hard to breathe.
Jared nods toward the open French doors of the ballroom.
I'd be happy to escort you outside if you'd like. If you'd like something better to eat than the frou-frou appetizers they're passing off as food tonight, I'd be happy to buy you dinner as well.
Oh, My gaze drifts away from him, searching out Nick on the other side of the gathering. He's still talking with the mayor, and since I last looked, there is a growing crowd of other men and women, all vying for his time now, too. I'm actually here with someone, Jared.
Ah, he inclines his head in acknowledgement.
I should have known I wouldn't be so lucky to find you here unattached.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
The grin he gives me is boyish and a little wicked.
Although, I have to wonder what kind of fool would leave a woman as lovely as you all alone for even a minute in a room full of wolves like me. She's not alone.
Nick's deep voice slashes through the din of the room, low and level. I turn and find him standing directly behind me, as if he crossed the length of the room in an instant. He must have broken away just as I'd searched him out a moment ago. Even the mayor and his companions seemed befuddled to have lost him so abruptly, their stares rooted on him from across the ballroom. Nick seems utterly unconcerned with anything other than me. From the thunderous look on his face, I half expect Jared to stammer an apology and retreat as fast as he can. But he doesn't. Instead, he exhales a sardonic chuckle and slowly shakes his head.
Well, I'll be damned. I guess if I've got to lose out to someone, it might as well be you, Bane. Glad you feel that way, Rush. As for wolves looking to encroach on my date, you'd be wise to keep your paws to yourself. Be ashamed to lose them.
Nick says it with wry humor, but to me, his eyes tell a different story. There's a warning in his eyes as he jokes with Jared, who's clearly a friend, and I'm sure I'm not imagining the flare of possessiveness I see in Nick's face when he turns his sharp blue gaze on me.
Didn't expect to see you here tonight, Jared, he says as he reaches out to give his offered hand a firm shake. Don't tell me you're suddenly taking an interest in politics. Me? Hell no. I'm just here as part of Catherine's entourage. You know she lives for this crap.
At the mention of another woman, one Jared is evidently attending tonight's event with, I can't help but look at him in question, especially considering he'd been putting a fairly strong move on me.
Catherine is an old friend of mine and Nick's. She's practically family.
Oh, I smile, curious to know more. But as I glance in Nick's direction, I swear I catch the slightest hint of a shadow skate over his schooled expression. Jared seems to sober a bit now, too.
You should say hello to her, Nick. It's been too long. She'll never say it, but she misses you.
Nick remains silent for a long moment.
I've already endured one command performance. That's enough for one night.
I don't know what to make of the tension that suddenly descended on the conversation. I can see Jared's pensiveness, his silent frustration. In Nick, I see the same, but there is anger there, too. I see the wall go up around him. Jared seems to recognize it, too. Nick looks at me, his expression shuttered, impenetrable.
Are you ready to get out of here?
Okay, sure. I nod, unsettled by his darkening mood. I'm also well aware that I have my own reasons for leaving, namely Kimmy. Somewhere in the ballroom, she's floating around, no doubt waiting for another chance to pounce. Nick turns to Jared and holds out his hand.
Give Catherine my regrets. You're an asshole. You know that, right?
There is no anger in Jared's voice as he shakes Nick's hand, only sadness.
How long are you going to shut her out, man?
Nick doesn't answer, merely tips his head in a nod and mutters,
Good night, Jared.
Chapter 23. Nick doesn't take me out the front of the hotel. Instead, he guides me down a luxurious mirrored corridor, texting Patrick along the way. I hurry alongside him, past soaring marble columns and massive floor urns filled with luscious greenery on either side of us. Nick's pace is clipped, and I struggle to keep up in my delicate high heels. Although he projects an air of cool, collected purpose to anyone looking at him now, I know him too well to be fooled by his outward demeanor. He's brooding, practically vibrating with agitation. He hadn't been overly enthused about attending the gala to begin with, but after running into Jared, he's all but dragging me out of the place.
"This way," he says, catching my hand in his. We turn down another glittering passageway, one that carries us farther away from the hubbub of the party. Up ahead is a discreet side door for the hotel. Through the brass-trimmed glass, I see a glossy black limousine roll to a stop just outside. Patrick gets out and meets us on the other side of the car as we exit the hotel. He opens the back door, and Nick gestures for me to slide in ahead of him.
"Back to the apartment, sir?" Patrick asks.
"No, just drive,"
Nick tells him.
"I'll let you know when I want to stop."
He gets in, and as Patrick shuts the door behind him, Nick presses a button on his armrest, and the privacy panel closes. The opaque glass descends silently, sealing us in together in the back seat of the long sedan.
"Would you like something to drink?"
He's already reaching for a cut crystal tumbler on the center console between the two rear-facing seats in front of us. When I shake my head, he lifts a decanter of dark amber whiskey and pours a 2-finger measure into his glass. "Do you want to tell me what that was about back there?" I ask hesitantly.
"No."
Without looking at me, he throws back the liquor in one swallow. A curse erupts out of him as he sets the tumbler down on the console. When he sits back against the leather squabs of the bench seat we share, his gaze is turbulent, haunted. The car pulls away, easing out into the evening traffic. For a long while, the only sound is that of the soft jazz coming from the limo's sound system and the heavy drum of my own heartbeat.
"I'm sorry,"
Nick murmurs. He reaches over to me, idly stroking my thigh. The hem of my dress has risen well above my knees from sliding into the limousine, and Nick's thumb traces a slow, sensual pattern along my bare skin. Yet, despite his tender touch, his gaze is hard on me, his tone edged with ice.
"You looked like you were having a good time talking with Jared before I came over. I didn't mean to cut your night short. If you would rather have stayed—"
I don't care about the party. I'm pissed that he would even suggest it. I place my hand on his, squeezing my fingers around his larger ones. As for Jared Rush, he's interesting, but I don't care about him either. Nick grunts.
"You'd flay his ego if he heard you say that. I don't think he's ever met a woman who's immune to his charms."
"Yeah, I kind of gathered that when I met him at the gallery last week."
"Last week?"
When I nod, his eyes flare darkly.
"You never mentioned that to me."
"I just did." Nick studies me intently now.
"Jared Rush loves beautiful women. I'm sure I don't have to guess whether he made a pass at you."
"He didn't. Not really." I shrug. "He was nice. Friendly."
"I'll bet."
I hear the sullen note in his voice, but I'm not quite ready to call it jealousy. Resentment, perhaps? Suspicion, most definitely. We talked a bit about art. When he found out I paint, he invited me out to his studio to see some of his work. Nick chuckles, but there's little humor in it.
"That's a new approach, at least."
His gaze bores into me as his fingers continue to dance lightly on my inner thigh. His jaw, however, is clenched tight enough to make a tendon tick in his cheek.
"What did you tell him?"
"I didn't tell him anything. I have no interest in Jared Rush." I'm astonished to realize how true that statement really is. I can't deny that Nick's friend is attractive. Jared's attention is flattering. Any woman would think so. But in a ballroom full of handsome men,
I was aware of just one, the one I've been unable to resist from the start. Lifting my hand to touch Nick's face, I draw in a fortifying breath. The only man I'm interested in is sitting next to me right now.
Is that so? His tone is level, but that just tells me how on edge he truly is.
Yes, only you, Nick. That furious pulse in his cheek throbs against my fingertips as I softly caress his jaw. His eyes search mine in the darkness of the limousine. Outside, the city flashes by in strobes of bright light and color and a frenzy of street noise. The moment feels tentative, charged with electricity, yet fragile. I want to ask him about the woman Jared mentioned, Catherine. I want to know who she is and what she means to Nick. Or rather, meant to him. Jared said she was an old friend, practically family to both of them, he'd said. Obviously, that was no longer true for Nick. Why? I want to know. It's clear that she has no place in Nick's life now, yet I feel a pang of jealousy kindle inside me. I feel a twinge of wariness, too, because I've just witnessed Nick's forbidding side firsthand. Margot's warning about him slicing people out of his life when they get too close to him chases through my mind. Is that what happened to Catherine? Will I be next? There's a part of me that wants to know, needs to know, before I let myself tumble any deeper into a fantasy that won't last, cannot last. I'm on the verge of asking him, but Nick's fingers are working their magic on me. He slides his hand beneath my knee and gently guides my legs apart. Then he turns toward me on the seat, his heated gaze holding me captive as he skates his palm under my skirt and up my inner thigh.
Come here,
he murmurs thickly, reaching out to grasp my nape with his free hand. He drags me against him, taking me in a fierce, consuming kiss while his other hand cups my sex. His lips are greedy, his tongue demanding as it sweeps inside my mouth. He tastes of whiskey and thinly held aggression, and so much desire it staggers me. His touch intensifies between my legs, and I can't hold back my moan when his fingers push aside my panties to touch my bare flesh. I'm drenched already, trembling with arousal and aching for him.
Christ, your pussy is soft, he rasps against my lips. So fucking sweet, Avery.
I feel a tug, followed by the sharp pop of rending lace and satin. He doesn't ask for permission or forgiveness, just rips away my panties, then shoves my dress up above my hips to expose me to his hungry gaze. I'm boneless now, utterly his to command. He pivots me on the long bench seat and stretches me out before him. In some distant part of my conscience, I'm aware of the driver just on the other side of the glass, and of the city bustling on either side of the moving limousine. I'm aware of all the reasons I shouldn't be with Dominic Bain, all the reasons I shouldn't want this reckless passion we share. But none of those things matter right now. Not in this space, not in this moment, when he's looking at me as if no other woman exists, as if I belong to him, body and soul, and he can't wait to take what's his.
Damn, you are beautiful.
His palms are hot on my naked inner thighs. They are firm and strong. He parts me wide, lifting my knee so that one leg is resting against the backrest of the bench seat, my other leg draped over the edge. His fingers trace my skin, from the arch of my foot, strapped into my delicate black sandal, to the apex of my thighs.
I want you to come for me, Avery.
I moan because I'm practically there already. Just the anticipation of his touch, of his mouth, of his cock buried inside me, is enough to fire my nerve endings into a heated frenzy. He rubs the pad of his thumb over my clit, and I arch at the contact, as if touched by a live wire. Each erotic caress makes me quivery, and I squirm, desperate for more. I gasp when he drives 2 fingers deep inside me, tiny spasms of sensation pulsing in my core as my body clenches around him, trying to hold him tight, hungry for more. He watches me writhe, looking devilish in his tuxedo and tie, while his hand plays my sex with sinful skill. His face is taut, his mouth curved with satisfaction as he drives me toward the brink of madness. He fucks me with his fingers, long strokes that plunge deep, stretching my walls. His thumb swirls over the taut pebble of my clit, slicking me with my own juices. I don't even try to hold back my climax. It slams into me, splintering me on a sharp cry that I'm sure can't be masked by the soft jazz playing in the car or the privacy glass. Oh God, Nick! I curl up off the seat, reaching for him as the waves continue to pour over me. He catches me in his arms, kissing me fiercely. His strength never ceases to amaze me. In one smooth movement, he hoists me onto his lap and sits back against the seat, leaving me to straddle his thighs. I feel decadent and wild, my dress bunched around my waist, my nakedness spread across his fine trousers. My knees are bent on either side of him, my ass resting lightly on the lengths of my sandals' heels. Together we attack his zipper and free his cock. I register Nick reaching into his pocket for a condom, but I'm too caught up in the feel of him in my hands to even pretend I have the capacity to think about protection. I stroke his length, swirling my hand around the thick stalk of his shaft with one hand, while my other gently lifts his balls out of his pants. Oh, fuck, baby. He throws his head back on a curse, his neck tendons straining. He throbs in my grasp, his erection jerking under my fevered caress. Hot, silky fluid weeps from the tip of his cock, slicking my fingers as I intensify my rhythm. Nick's answering snarl is animalistic, the hottest sound I've ever heard. He shackles both my hands in his fist, then swiftly rolls the condom onto his erection with one hand. Gripping me by the hips, he adjusts our position, then guides his cock to me. On a harsh grunt, he thrusts inside, at the same time pulling me down to take the full measure of him. I gasp at the enormity of him inside me at this angle. Nick is big, but sitting atop him like this, I feel stretched to my limits, full to the point of pain. And then he begins to move. There is nothing gentle or cautious in the tempo he sets for us now. Our bodies crash together urgently, feverishly. It's primal and raw, so incredibly arousing. He fucks me like he can't get enough, like he's as desperate for me as I am for him. I wrap my arms around his shoulders as he levers me up and down on his cock. Feels so good. Oh, God. His answering growl vibrates against my breasts, and his hips pump more vigorously. I ride him with complete abandon, the entire world winnowing down to just this moment, just this pleasure, just this man. It's so good. Yes, harder. Don't stop. I whisper brokenly, tears prickling the backs of my eyes from the intensity of what he's doing to me. I'm wanton, wrecked out of my mind with sensation and the spiraling need to come again. Oh God, Nick, don't stop. He doesn't stop. Hammering into me, he draws back to watch my face as my orgasm rips through me. I shudder and break on a scream I can't contain. I want to look away from him, embarrassed by the ferocity of my response. But when I try to lower my gaze, Nick's fingers are at my chin, refusing to let me hide. He drives into me again and again and again. His strokes are coming harder, ramming deeper, prolonging my release while he chases his own. I see the tension grip him now. His muscles turn to granite under my fingertips as I cling to him. Inside me, his cock feels even more immense, pulsing and hot as fire. Our gazes lock and hold, even as his big body arcs beneath me, with one final, bone-jarring thrust. I feel his cock jolt as he comes. I see the ferocity on his face as he buries himself deep and his climax explodes out of him. And still he keeps pounding, branding me with the heat of him, making every cell in my body submit to his will, to the power his body has over mine. "Yes," I gasp, as if answering the command. "Nick, yes." I clutch his shoulders as he sends me toward another peak. When I tumble over the edge a moment later, the tears I've been holding back spill over with me. I tell myself the reaction is merely physical. I tell myself that the hot constriction in my chest is nothing more than my body's response to desire and pleasure I never dreamed I'd know. And as I cling to Nick in the back of his limousine, cocooned from the city and the rest of reality waiting outside, I tell myself the biggest lie of all, that I'm not falling for this man who will never be mine. Chapter 24. If I'd been harboring any delusions about Kimmy not throwing me under the bus at work, they evaporate no sooner than I walk in the front door for my shift the next afternoon. Joel is standing in the back of the restaurant, signing for a delivery, when I walk past the hostess stand at the front of the house. His dark head lifts and swivels in my direction. Seeing him with an unpleasant expression on his face is nothing out of the ordinary, but today his scowl is thunderous. Tasha zooms out from where she's folding silverware setups to intercept me, her eyes wide with warning. "He's pissed," she mouths to me. Yeah, as if I can't see that for myself. "Hey, Avery," she calls out with exaggerated volume. "Are you feeling any better today?" "Don't bother," I tell her as she walks with me back to the coat room. I quickly fill her in on my evening out with Nick and my unexpected, ultimately unpleasant run-in with Kimmy at the hotel. "That backstabbing little bitch. I guess that explains why she's walking around like the cat who ate the canary today." Scowling, Tasha folds her arms over her chest. "I hope you make her choke on the feathers." I give her a wry look in acknowledgement. I honestly don't give a shit about Kimmy, and I don't regret a single second of yesterday. I slant Tasha a grin. Or last night. She exhales a dramatic sigh. "Okay, go ahead and tell me how awesome it was parading around in front of the who's who of Manhattan on Dominic Bain's arm." I let go of a small laugh. Well, I wouldn't call it parading, but yeah, being with him is always pretty awesome. I shrug my purse off my shoulder and sit on the chair to switch out of my flats into my work heels. The same chair where Nick made me come with just the power of his words. Heat creeps into my cheeks, and I slowly shake my head. I like him, Tasha. It's scary how much. You like him, he obviously likes you. You're both unattached, gorgeous, and sickeningly hot for each other. Oh, and his personal net worth could support the entire population of a small country. Remind me how any of this is scary? Maybe it wouldn't be for someone else. Anyone else. But I have 100 reasons to be afraid of what I'm feeling for Nick, each more terrifying than the next. If I were to begin listing them for Tasha now, I wouldn't even know where to start. I do, however, know where they all end. My truth, my lies, and the dark place where I've buried all of my ugliest, most damning secrets. When are you going to tell him? My head snaps up at Tasha's question. For a moment, I'm startled. Did I speak my fears out loud? Sooner or later, he's going to find out you work here, Avery. If he's got a problem with that, then he damn well doesn't deserve you. I nod because I know she's right. I should tell him. I dodged a bullet last night with Kimmy, but just because she didn't have the opportunity to out me to Nick in public doesn't mean I should try to prolong my lie. There is a chance he would forgive me for this small untruth I've told him. As for the rest of them... Avery? Joel's grating voice shakes me from my thoughts. He's just arrived in the open doorway, his eyes cold on me, his thin lips compressed in a flat line. My office. Now. His glare lands on Tasha next. Get out on the floor. I don't pay you to stand around and shoot the shit with this one. She gives me an apologetic look before scurrying out of the coat room. I glance up at Joel, hating the way he seems to delight in making everyone cower. Even though I should hustle to obey my boss's orders too, I remain seated on the chair. It's strange, but just feeling the cushions surrounding me, supporting me, gives me a fortitude I can't explain. Just a few weeks ago, I did things in this chair I never would have considered doing before I met Nick. And now I feel a different kind of boldness building in me, one that can't be bowed by an overbearing, abusive bastard like the one fuming across me in the doorway. I take my time putting my flats away in my bag. Then I get up and carefully stow my things in my locker. I'm being spiteful and defiant, but at the moment, I'm finding it hard to care. Joel's rising agitation is nearly palpable. He huffs out a sharp breath. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said my office right fucking now. I shut the locker door with more force than necessary, then pivot to face him. I heard you. But guess what? You don't pay me to jump at your command. Unlike Kimmy, I'm not here to kiss your ass. I'm here to work. And I have been, 6 days a week without fail for the past 1.5 years. I've taken him aback, I can tell. But Joel's a natural bully, and he recovers quickly. Maybe you should have considered that before you bailed on your job yesterday and left me in a lurch behind the bar. What am I supposed to do about that? I haven't missed a day since I started working here, Joel. He ignores me, his face going red. And leave Kimmy out of this. At least she's reliable. I snort, unable to hold it back. Oh, she's reliable, all right. How long did it take her before she told you we ran into each other last night? Did she wait until she got in today, or did she call you right from the hotel? Judging from his constipated expression, I'm guessing it was the latter. People who work for me only get one strike. After all this time, I'd have thought you knew that. His mouth purses as he judges me now. So as of today, you're off the night schedule. What? I see the smile tugging at the corner of his lips, as if he's taking great joy in doling out my punishment. Since you obviously have better things to do, I'm putting you on days. You can begin with 3 shifts a week, just like anyone else starting fresh on the job. The bastard. That's going to cut my income in half, Joel. This is bullshit and you know it. You want to lose this job? He steps forward, his barrel chest puffed out, as if he thinks he can intimidate me. Frankly, you've always had a bit of an attitude, Avery. I gotta tell you, it's pissing me off. Of course it would. I know about men like him. Men who equate control with oppression. Men who wouldn't think twice about grinding their heel on someone's head to make them obey. Men who bully or beat or abuse the people around them. I've known men far worse than Joel, my stepfather being one of them. But just because Joel is less of a monster doesn't make him right. It doesn't mean my hackles don't rise in reaction as he moves in even closer to me, crowding me in the small room with no one else around. His voice softens now, but I feel it as the threat it truly is. In case I'm not being clear, let me help you understand something right here and now. You need to show me the respect I'm due. I'm a reasonable man, Avery, but I won't tolerate insubordination. How do you feel about complete and utter loathing? I can't help it. The words fly out of my mouth before I can stop them. And once they're out, I don't even want to try to take them back. With anger fueling me, I turn away from him. Steeling myself to the weight of his glower, I go back to my locker and calmly collect my things. I can feel his eyes on me as I sling my purse over my shoulder. When I swivel around, I find him gaping, his jowly face corpulent with color, his upper lip beading with sweat. I pause in front of him. In case I'm not being clear, let me help you understand something. I fucking quit. I step past him and stalk through the restaurant, telling Tasha I'll call her later, and ignoring Kimmy's slack-jawed stare from across the room as I go. I'm nearly to the subway station when the reality of what I've just done finally sinks in. Fuck, I have no job. Worse than that, I've torched the bridge at Vendange beyond repair. Not that I'd ever want to go back now. Not if it means working for that imperious asshole, Joel. For what certainly isn't the first time, I reflect on how fortunate I am to have Claire Prentice's house-sitting money to cushion my fall. I've managed to save most of it, minus the back rent I paid my former landlord. Still, my remaining $3,500 will only take me so far. This is the first time I've been unemployed since I was legally old enough to work, and some of my bravado falters as I hoof my way up Madison Avenue in my work heels, with no place really to go. Shit. I slow at a corner for a traffic light, thankful that I'm in New York, where a woman muttering expletives to herself in the midst of a pedestrian crowd doesn't draw as much as a wink of attention. Have I lost my freaking mind? I think maybe I have, because as terrifying as my not-so-distant future is, right now I also feel a conflicting yet undeniable sense of liberation. I'm unshackled, but I'm also well aware that it's only a temporary freedom. Throwing away my job and paycheck is one thing. There is a harsher reality awaiting me just a few short months from now. When Claire returns from Japan, I'll not only be jobless, but homeless too. And then there's Nick. I meant it when I told Tasha I'm afraid of how much I like him. Each time we're together, I feel myself falling deeper under his spell, against my better judgment, against all of my self-imposed rules about not letting anyone get too close to me. Yet, in spite of all that, as I step away from the curb with the rest of the crowd to cross the street, it's his face I want to see the most. It's his voice I need to hear. I retrieve my phone from my purse and bring up our text conversation, the one I've revisited more times than I care to count. Nick's number is just a finger tap away. When we parted last night, I told him I wouldn't be able to see him for a couple of days because of work. He hadn't seemed pleased about that, but he'd allowed that he also had business that needed to be attended. While I don't want to bother him if he's working right now, there's a part of me that simply needs to feel connected to something solid and real. As hard as it is for me to admit it, even to myself, Nick is becoming the steadiest, most secure harbor I know. Before I can lose my nerve, I tap his number and send the call. He answers before the first ring has died out.
Avery.
Hi.
This is an unexpected pleasure.
His voice curls around me, warm and dark and velvet soft. I hear him quietly dismiss someone in the background, his tone all business. That terse edge is gone when he comes back to me a moment later.
How are you today, beautiful?
I smile, savoring his tender endearment. I'm fine, still thinking about yesterday and last night. He makes a low sound in the back of his throat, something sensual that makes my insides melt a little.
I've been thinking about nothing else but you all morning. More specifically, I've been thinking about how gorgeous you were, riding me in the back of my limo, and about all the ways I want to make you come again.
Oh, God. Since I can hardly manage to walk a straight line when he's saying such delicious things to me, I ease out of the flow of foot traffic and take up a position near a men's clothing store. Nick, I'm sorry to call you at work.
Don't be. He hesitates. Is that traffic noise? Avery, where the hell are you?
I glance up at the sign on the corner. I'm on Madison, at the corner of 46th. I inhale, then push my breath out on a sigh. I quit my job today. Nick is quiet for a short moment, steady, as always, in his calm.
You sound rattled. Are you all right?
Yeah, I think so, I guess. I guess I just wanted to hear your voice.
Don't go anywhere, he orders. I'll be there in less than 10 minutes.
Nick, that's really not
There's a hotel right where you are. Wait for me in the lobby. I'm on my way now.
He ends the call without giving me a chance to refuse or say anything more. And, true to his word, before 10 minutes have passed, I watch his glossy, black BMW slide up to the curb. One of the hotel valets steps out to greet him, but Nick waves off the assistants. Hurrying under the marquee entrance of the stately hotel, he pushes through one of the revolving doors and finds me inside.
Avery.
As it always does, my stomach flips at the sight of him. He's dressed in a graphite gray suit, the jacket open over his white shirt. No tie today, but even with the top 2 buttons on his collar unfastened, in an office casual way, He still looks every inch a world-class business titan. I sense more than see the attention Nick draws simply by entering the building, as if he brings a live electrical charge inside with him. A jolt of awareness travels the high-ceilinged, sumptuous lobby, and it's no wonder, really. Dominic Bain is as gorgeous as he is rich and powerful, and within his carved, devastatingly handsome face, his breathtaking bright blue eyes are locked unwaveringly on me. I know he must be aware of the attention he's stirring, but for all of his discretion and reputed secrecy regarding his personal life, Nick seems not to care in the least. As I rise from my seat on one of the lobby sofas, he is right there, collecting me into his arms. I am enfolded in a strong, protective embrace that makes me feel safer than I have at any other moment in my life. After a few seconds, he pulls back to look at me. His frown deepens, solemn with concern.
Do you want to talk about it?
No. I give a small shake of my head, hoping he'll understand that I'm not ready to talk. Just as he has, I too have my own walls. Steep walls no one can climb. As much as my heart wavers now, especially when Nick is holding me in his arms, I'm not yet ready to let him in. What's more, deep down, I know I won't ever be able to let him in, not without seeing his concern turn to pity and disgust, or something even worse. He studies me, and while I'm sure his keen gaze can see all of the cracks in me, as no one else ever has, he seems to understand that pressing will only make me break. I don't want to talk, Nick. I don't want to think about anything for a little while, okay?
Okay.
He strokes the side of my face, his touch gentle as he continues silently assessing my well-being.
I know just the place for that.
Chapter 25. As soon as we get into the car, Nick calls Lily and instructs her to clear his schedule for the rest of the day. I don't know what he has in mind for us, nor does it matter. Seated beside him in the BMW, his fingers curved over the top of my thigh as he smoothly navigates the afternoon traffic, I already have everything I need. After we've been driving through the city for a little while, he slants me a look.
I hope you like seafood.
I love it.
Excellent. I want to take you to one of my favorite spots.
I can't even begin to guess where that might be, especially now that he's heading toward the tunnel that will take us to Queens.
Are you going to tell me the name of it?
Nope. Not even a hint? Now he arches a dark brow in my direction.
What's the matter? You don't like surprises?
Not particularly. In fact, I hate surprises. I've had too many in my life. Beginning at the age of 7, on the day I learned that my father had died of a massive heart attack. Followed a few years later by the surprise news that my mom had met a nice family man from another town, and I was getting a new stepfather, which was then followed by the further surprise of seeing her with a black eye for the first time. Then, not long afterward, a broken arm. There were other surprises, too, culminating in the most horrific of them all, on that day 9 years ago. I've gone quiet, lost in troubling memories, and, of course, Nick doesn't miss the change in my mood. The hand resting lightly on my thigh now lifts to my cheek. His touch is so tender it nearly breaks me.
You'll like this surprise, I promise.
I don't know if he understands how profoundly his reassurance affects me. He can't, of course. And if I'm being honest with myself, I hope to hell he never does. I hope he never learns how ugly my past is, or how brutally it all came crashing down. I want to pretend, even for just a little while, that this is my reality. I want to imagine that I know what it's like to be unburdened with secrets and lies. More than anything, I want to savor whatever Nick has in store for us and pretend that we are simply a normal couple enjoying a normal date together. Determined to do just that, I settle back as we continue the drive through Queens. When we approach Cross Bay Boulevard, I think I've got his plan figured out. So we're going to eat at Howard Beach? He grins.
Not that beach.
And damn the man, his cryptic answer is all I get out of him. Soon, though, I see signs for the airport, and Nick merges into the exit lane for JFK. Without a word of explanation, he takes the turn and heads directly for the airport. "Nick," I gape at him, confused and anxious and excited all at the same time. "Seriously, where are we going?"
"Trust me."
He glances at me, and while he's clearly enjoying his game, I also see the sincerity written in his soul-searching blue eyes.
"Can you do that, Avery?"
I stare back at him, feeling the weight of this moment all the way to my bones. He's not just talking about today, this mystery excursion. I can see that in the solemnity of his handsome face. He's asking for my trust in a much more meaningful way, one I'm not certain I fully understand yet. Can I trust him? I've never felt I needed a man to walk me through the rough patches in my life. I still don't, but I have to admit, there is something comforting in being with Nick. I like the way he looks at me, the way he treats me. There is something deeply fortifying in being able to look across the small cabin of the vehicle and know that I'm not alone. To believe that with this man, I am protected. I am safe. And yes, I do trust him. The realization is so foreign, so out of my realm of experience, it takes me aback. I nod, and his answering smile is my reward. He avoids the main artery to the airport terminal. Instead, we follow a service drive to a separate terminal reserved for private aircraft. He parks the car in the small lot and kills the engine.
"Shall we?"
"You're still not going to tell me where we're going?" Instead of answering, he leans across the seat and drags me into a bone-melting kiss. When he releases me, I'm breathless, caught up in the oceans of his searching eyes. His deep voice caresses my senses like velvet.
"Trust, Ms. Ross."
"Right," I murmur, my veins buzzing from just that brief joining of our mouths. "Am I at least dressed all right for wherever it is you're taking me?" He pulls back to look at me, in my low-cut black top, black jeans, and heels.
"You're more than dressed all right. You're sexy as hell. But you might be a little warm where we're going, so I'll phone ahead and make sure you have everything you need when we arrive."
I narrow my eyes at him. "You're going to phone ahead for clothes for me?"
"Unless I decide to keep you naked instead."
I smile and shake my head. "Are you this controlling in all aspects of your life, Mr. Bain, or just when it comes to me?"
"Are you truly ready to find out?"
A tingle runs over all of my nerve endings at his dark invitation. Although I spoke with humor, there is none in Nick's voice. His brilliant blue eyes hold me in a piercing, probing stare that I can't break even if I wanted to. The hungry way he looks at me makes my stomach flutter, and my sex ache to have him inside me. I can't help feeling that he's preparing me for something, that if I step out of this car with him now, if I allow him to lead me away from the life I knew before him, there will be no turning back. He's telling me this now, giving me the chance to escape, but that's not what I want. He knows this, just as surely as I do. I'm already in too deep. I have been from the start with him, and I don't want out. "All right," I tell him. "Yes, I'm ready, Nick."
"So was I right?"
he asks, walking up behind me as I gaze out over the beginnings of a spectacular Miami sunset. We're high atop the city, on the wraparound terrace of a luxury penthouse, surrounded by open sky, endless water, and a soothing, warm ocean breeze. With nothing but a hip-high railing of clear plexiglass in front of us, I feel as if we're part of the sky itself, suspended 18 stories above the earth. Nick rests his chin lightly on my shoulder, his deep voice curling through my senses.
"How do you like this surprise?"
It's incredible. From our vantage point on the top floor of the sleek white residential tower, the sky seems close enough to touch, its smattering wisps of clouds lit up with 100 shades of pink, lavender, coral, and gold. In front of us, the Atlantic stretches endlessly from the beach and boardwalk far below to the distant horizon. Over my shoulder in the opposite direction, the sunset is even more brilliant, silhouetting the teeming, vibrant colors of Miami's downtown on the other side of the Biscayne Bay. We arrived a short time ago on board the piloted private jet Nick paid to charter on the spot at JFK. For all of our 3 hours in the air, he kept me in suspense over where we were going. And while a spontaneous trip to Miami Beach is more adventure than I've ever known, it turns out that was only part of his surprise. This penthouse condo, yet another of his impressive properties, is the icing on an already fabulous cake. I can't get over this view. He presses a kiss to the side of my neck, just below my earlobe. Wait until you see the sun rise from up here. Wrapping his arms around me, he draws me closer to him, against the firm muscles of his chest and thighs. The flirty, above-the-knee, spaghetti-strap sundress I'm wearing, also courtesy of Nick, sways around my legs as I pivot in his embrace. Are we staying overnight?
We can stay as long as you like.
Forever, I think, as he gently sweeps aside some of my hair that's blown loose from my ponytail, then caresses my cheek. Desire licks across my senses at that tender touch. I sigh, feeling all of my tension and uncertainty from earlier today begin to melt away from me. Our bodies brush together only lightly as we stand there, but it's enough for me to feel the solid bulge of his erection at my abdomen. The fact that he wants me now, like I want him, sends a shiver of heat and awareness spiraling through me, straight to my core. How can his slightest touch always arouse me so easily? How can it be that when we're together, the rest of the world simply peels away? He knows what he does to me, and from the slow smirk he gives me now, there's no denying that he enjoys how readily my body responds to him.
Christ, you are a temptation,
he murmurs, lowering his head to nip at my lower lip. As he teases me with his kiss, his hand skims between my bare thighs, under the fluttery fabric of my skirt where I'm totally naked. Of the half-dozen dresses Nick arranged to have waiting for me, the thin-strapped bodice of the one I selected isn't made for a bra, so I'm not wearing one. And at Nick's insistence when we changed clothes on our arrival, I'm not wearing panties either. I smile at the thought, because his erotic demand nearly undid him when he watched me slip into the silky little dress. And I know it's going to prove a distraction to him, too, until he's able to take it off me again. He groans when his fingers reach my sex. I'm already wet, just from being held in his arms, and from the kiss that turns possessive now, as he cleaves between my folds and strokes me without shame or mercy. I whimper helplessly at the first graze of his thumb over my clit, my hands fisting in his thick black hair as he pushes his tongue into my mouth and 2 fingers plunge deep into my body. Nick. His name is a gasp as I let my head tip back while he drives me toward madness with his wicked caress. Oh, shit. I could come like this.
And you will, baby.
He kisses my exposed throat, his tongue playing in the hollow at the base of my neck.
But not yet.
To my dismay, I feel his hands start to withdraw from me. I can't contain my disappointed moan. My skirt falls back down around my thighs, and when I look at him, he is grinning like the devil himself. Unabashedly carnal, he puts the 2 fingers that were inside me into his mouth and sucks on them.
I'm ravenous,
he growls darkly, a sinful curve to those lips I want to feel on mine, on every naked inch of my body.
Before I devour you the way I fully intend to, I should make good on that promise to feed you.
Chapter 26. Nick's favorite place for seafood is a small, tucked-away beachfront restaurant about 45 minutes south of Miami. We drive up in a metallic red Lamborghini Aventador rental that he arranged for us at the airport upon our arrival earlier today. A sexy beast of a car that's turned every head we've passed. Although I've never been someone who craves the spotlight, I can't deny that I feel like a princess as Nick helps me out of the roadster and escorts me to the restaurant at his side. The squat little building doesn't look like much from the outside, but it's crowded and more people are waiting under the arched portico of the entrance. As soon as the hostess spots Nick, however, she nods in greeting and steps through the waiting patrons to retrieve us. "How nice to see you, sir," she offers, discreetly avoiding saying his name among the other patrons. I am granted an equally welcoming smile. "And good evening, ma'am. Right this way, please. We have your table waiting." We follow her out to a garden patio area, illuminated by flaming tiki torches and palm trees aglow with winding ropes of tiny white lights. 20 odd tables covered in elegant white linens, gleaming silverware, and crystal glasses fill the small concrete space overlooking a round lagoon and sandy beach. Beyond that are the glittering waters of Biscayne Bay and the open Atlantic. The last moments of sunset paint the darkening sky in vivid colors as we make our way to the far end of the patio and the only open table, which also happens to be the one with the most romantic view of the water and skyline through the sheltering palms. As we settle in at our table, Nick sends the hostess away with a request for a bottle of champagne. I notice he doesn't specify the label, nor does she ask. "Are we celebrating?" I ask, glancing across to him while I unfold my white linen napkin and place it in my lap.
"Rumor has it someone quit their job today."
He arches a brow in question.
"I'd say that calls for celebration or consolation. Champagne seems a good accompaniment for either one."
I swallow, caught off guard by the reminder of what happened today. "It's cause for celebration," I say, unsure if I'm resolved or merely hopeful. My boss is a jerk. If I'd had the nerve, I would have quit long before now. Nick listens silently, his gaze never leaving me as I speak.
"Sometimes it's hard to see the things that are holding us back. Sometimes it takes a push to make us truly open our eyes."
I nod, acknowledging to myself just how right he is about that. How long would I have endured Joel's overbearing treatment if I hadn't been forced to confront him? Would I have accepted his domineering attitude if it hadn't been for the sense of self-worth and power that being with Nick these past several weeks has instilled in me? Our champagne arrives, a 1998 Dom Perignon that I'm certain I won't find on the general wine list. The wine steward, carrying the $400 bottle, waits for Nick's approval, then pours it for us. After the bottle is placed on ice and the steward is gone, Nick raises his glass.
"To opened eyes," he says.
I smile and touch my glass to his. "To good surprises and spectacular sunsets, too."
"Indeed."
A broad grin breaks over his face, and for an instant I'm spellbound. I am well aware that Dominic Bain is handsome, arrestingly so. But the impact of his smile on me, in the middle of this crowded restaurant patio, with the unshakable awareness that everyone here is looking at us, wishing they could be us, is like something out of a dream. He is like something out of a dream, and I barely resist the urge to pinch myself to make sure I'm actually awake and living this moment, not merely wishing I am. My first sip of the crisp champagne tingles all the way down my throat. Nick doesn't take his gaze off me, not even to watch the final explosion of color that fills the sky in the moments before the sun is doused and the brilliant colors over the water give way to a starlit night. We place our dinner orders. For Nick, the Chilean sea bass, and for me, a Caribbean-style red snapper. Then settle back to share a ceviche appetizer of baby octopus, shrimp, whitefish, and julienne vegetables, sprinkled with cilantro and drizzled with a spicy cream sauce. Nick pops a shrimp into his mouth, then watches as I push one of the small, many-tentacled morsels to the other side of the plate with my fork. He shakes his head at me.
That piece is yours. Take it.
I wrinkle my nose, skepticism surely written all over my face. No thanks.
It's the best part of this dish.
He stabs it on the end of his fork and holds it out to me over the plate. When I only stare at the decapitated little creature, Nick cocks his head.
Don't tell me this is your first time.
Isn't it obvious? He doesn't move his hand, and now more than one person is staring our way while I sit frozen and not a little repulsed by Nick's gentlemanly but unwanted offering.
Try it, Avery. Don't let fear keep you from pushing your personal boundaries. If you do, you'll miss out on some of the most pleasurable things in life.
I can't look away from his intense gaze, and something dark, something wicked, unfurls deep inside me at his low-voiced enticement. Why do I get the feeling you're not only talking about dinner? His answering smile is decadent, carnal.
Trust, Ms. Ross, remember? You have my word. I won't introduce you to anything you won't enjoy. Immensely.
After everything he's shown me so far, I don't doubt that for a second. Given little choice, I lean forward and close my mouth around his fork. The octopus feels strange on my tongue, tender yet firm. As I chew, I discover the flavor is actually quite good. Citrus and spice and creamy sweet sauce mingle wonderfully with the delicate taste of the octopus.
You like it?
At my nod, Nick smiles approvingly, still leaned forward in his chair, his gaze riveted on my mouth.
I can't wait to expand your horizons even further.
I arch a brow at him. Care to elaborate, Mr. Bain? He chuckles.
I'll do better than that. I'll demonstrate. Later.
I swallow and lick my lips, while my stomach flips wildly at his erotic promise. Between my legs, I am suddenly very much aware of my nakedness and of the coil of heat that blooms there as he stares at me, as if the rest of the people around us don't exist. God help me, but I can't wait to find out what other things he has in mind for me. I'm so caught up in my thoughts and Nick's scorching attention that I hardly register the fact that my phone is ringing in my handbag. Once I do hear it, the trill seems as loud as a siren in the tranquil little patio dining area. Sorry, I say, and reach for my purse by my sandaled feet. It's probably my friend Tasha, from work, calling to check in with me. I told her I'd call her later today. As I grab the phone to silence the ring, I see the number there and feel my face lose some of its color.
Go ahead and take it, if you want to,
Nick says. No. I shake my head as I send my mother's call to voicemail. It's not Tasha.
Oh,
Nick replies. His level tone is unreadable, but his face darkens with suspicion.
Do I have to be concerned about another man?
What? No. I frown, shaking my head. No, nothing like that.
Good.
He doesn't smile, nor does he press me for details. Damn it, I should be thankful for that reprieve and go back to our conversation as if the call never happened. But for some reason, one I don't care to examine, I feel compelled to let him peer inside my life. My real life. If only a glimpse. I slide the phone back into my purse, then take a sip of my champagne. That was my mom. His dark brows rise a bit.
You didn't want to talk to her?
Not right now. He says nothing for a long moment. Then, when he does speak, his words seem to be chosen carefully, as if he senses that he's treading on shaky ground.
You and your mother aren't close?
We're very close. I adore her.
But you haven't told her about me?
No. I set down my empty glass. Mindful of curious ears, I keep my voice quiet. What would I tell her? That for the past several weeks, I've been sleeping with one of the richest men in New York? Possibly the whole country? Or that I've just quit my job and now I'm sitting in Miami eating octopus and drinking champagne without a care in the world?
Nick smirks. I know a lot of enterprising mothers who would like nothing more than to hear those words. Not my mother. She'll think I've lost my mind. And maybe she'd be right about that. I shake my head slowly. If I tell her anything about us, it will only make her worry about me. I won't do that. Because you're protective of her, he says, directly hitting the mark. The same way she's always been protective of me. She's had a difficult life. She still does. I try not to add to her burdens. I glance down as I exhale and fidget with my hands in my lap. My mom is all the family I have left. I'm sorry. I lift my head and find nothing but sincerity in his face. I'm sorry if things haven't been easy for you. His words touch me, cracking something open inside me that I can't afford to let break. I shouldn't let him see me so clearly. I shouldn't want him to understand my pain, or the secrets I can never fully release, not even to him. What about you, Nick? I don't think your life has always been easy either. I can't keep my gaze from drifting to his right hand and arm, to his scars. He's wearing light tan slacks and a pale blue button-down, the cuffs rolled up over his muscular forearms. To anyone merely glancing at him, his imperfections are the last thing they'll notice. But I've seen the evidence of his injuries. I know he suffered something awful, something brutal at some point in his life. When I glance back up to meet his eyes, they seem to have hardened somewhat. He lifts his shoulder, one corner of his mouth tugging into a mirthless smile. When I was 18, I had the bad sense one night to get in the way of a drunk who was spoiling for a fight. I thought I was a hard ass. I thought I could handle the situation. The bastard sent me through a plate glass window. I woke up in the hospital a week later with a shredded arm and a nearly severed hand. I gasp, my hand flying to my mouth. Oh my God, Nick, that's awful. He shrugs, yet there is something in his eyes that seems anything but nonchalant. I survived. The scars are just a reminder of my stupidity and arrogance. Anyway, I doubt I could find many people to feel sorry for me now. I do, but I don't say the words. I know he would reject my sympathy. He sure as hell doesn't want pity. But my heart aches for what he must have suffered. The horror of the accident, the pain of the recovery, the permanent reminder of all of it. I reach across the table and rest my hand over his damaged one. He doesn't pull away, but the look he gives me is flinty and forbidding. It's shuddered, as if he's given me all he intends to right now, and if I push, I'll never hear anything more. I'm spared from the temptation when our dinners arrive. They are every bit as delicious as our appetizer, and, for a while, Nick and I content ourselves with savoring our meals. Nick orders a bottle of white wine for us, even though a quarter of the bottle of champagne still sits on ice in the bucket beside our table. We chat about small things as we eat and drink our wine. To my delight, halfway through our meal, a 5-piece Cuban band arrives and sets up nearby. I guess the youngest of the musicians to be in his 50s, with the rest of the group seeming at least a decade or two older than him. The men begin playing a sultry song that sets my sandaled foot tapping beneath the table, my shoulders swaying slightly to the melody. When I catch Nick watching, a wave of self-consciousness sweeps over me. Sorry. Don't be. He considers me for a moment, then sets his napkin next to his plate and stands up. He holds his hand out, palm up. Come with me. What? Dance with me. We're not the only ones who've decided to enjoy the music on the small area of the patio cleared for dancing. But I still feel every pair of eyes on us as Nick waits for me to take his hand and join him. Reluctantly, because I can't imagine refusing, I ease up from my seat and place my hand in his. He leads me over and draws me against him, his hand resting lightly at my back, the other clasped loosely around mine. Neither one of us are going to win any rumba awards, but then it's not as if we're trying to impress anyone. We move together, gazes locked,
bodies brushing to the rhythm of the sexy song. It feels good to be close to him, moving with him as one. His eyes hold me captive in flickering light of the tiki torches, his scent intoxicating me even more than the wine. I want him desperately, and I can sense his arousal too, even before I feel the growing evidence of it at my hip. His hand slides down my spine, then over the curve of my ass. I know what he's thinking as his touch lingers there, possessive and unapologetic. My bare flesh trembles beneath my short skirt, every inch of me aching for him. Nick lowers his head beside mine, and his lips graze the shell of my ear. His words send desire jolting through me.
Let's get out of here.
Chapter 27. We speed through the city on our return to the beachfront penthouse. Nick's left hand is draped over the wheel, his right hand resting on the Aventador's gear shift as the agile roadster prowls Miami's brightly lit, teeming streets. I'm vaguely aware of the envious looks we inspire along the way, but all of my attention is fixed on the sexy as sin man seated beside me. I'm leaned toward Nick as best I can in the deep bucket seat, my hand splayed over his powerful thigh. Each flex of his muscles as he accelerates or downshifts makes me hotter to have him. Every brief, fevered glance he sends my way makes my stomach flutter eagerly and my sex coil with hungered anticipation of the moment I can have him inside me again. "Are we almost there?" I ask, hearing the rasp of desire in my own voice.
"Oh, baby, we're not even close." Nick slants me a dark, devilish look. The apartment, however, is only 10 minutes away.
I smile at his teasing and decide to do a little of my own. 10 whole minutes? I'm not sure I can last that long without touching you. I run my palm higher on the inside of his firm thigh until my hand grazes the bulge of his erection. I caress between his legs, cupping his balls and relishing the sudden kick of his breathing. His shaft swells even harder under my roving touch, his thigh muscles quivering as I move my fingers over him. His reaction makes me bolder, so I lift my arm out from under the shoulder strap of my seatbelt and pivot over, my caress growing shameless. As we roll to a red light at an intersection crowded with people, my mouth is only inches from his ear. "I'm not sure I can last 10 more minutes without tasting you, Mr. Bain." He makes a sound that seems more growl than reply. When I unfasten his zipper and pull his erect cock out of his pants, his blue eyes pierce me with carnal heat.
"You're very naughty, Miss Ross."
I press my lips against the squared line of his jaw. "Actually, I'm ravenous." He grins at my reminder of earlier tonight, but his body goes tense under my touch. As we wait for the light to change, I stroke his thick, jutting shaft. I don't miss the fact that his molars are clamped tight, tendons straining in his neck while I run my hand along his length. His eyes flick over to mine, and I give him a saucy smile, then lower myself down onto his lap. He grates out a sharp curse at the first swirl of my tongue over the tip of his penis. "Good thing we didn't stay for dessert," I murmur. "I like this much better." I wrap my lips around the head of his cock, and he groans.
"Oh, fuck, baby,"
he rasps, looking down at me as traffic and street noise buzzes all around us at the intersection.
"You get me so fucking hard."
I can't deny my thrill at hearing those words, at feeling the solid evidence of his response to me as his rigid flesh slides so deliciously against my tongue. I tease the broad head of him, tracing the smooth rim and crown, then licking along the tender underside, tasting but not taking. And God, does he taste good, silky, salty, satiny smooth, as I slide up and down on his rigid flesh. But beneath all of that velvet is pure masculine power, and my small taste of him only makes me crave more. I part my lips and take him into my mouth, sucking him deep. Nick's hips thrust up in response, in demand. He hisses sharply, his right hand coming down onto the back of my head. His fingers sift through my long ponytail as I lick and suck on him without mercy. "Christ," he snarls. "I'm not going to last 10 damn minutes without fucking you either." I know the instant the light turns green. Nick shifts into gear and stomps on the accelerator, sending the Aventador leaping away from the intersection with a thunderous roar of the engine and a scream of spinning tires. I don't think it takes even 5 minutes for us to reach the apartment building. I'm still enjoying Nick's cock as he parks the Lambo in the underground garage and cuts the engine. On a guttural curse, he pulls me off him and hastily zips up. "You don't play fair, Ms. Ross." His grim smile sends 10 kinds of shivers through my body as he coils my ponytail around his fist and drags me roughly across the seats. His eyes scorch me with barely restrained need as he holds me immobile, our faces less than an inch apart. "I can think of any number of ways I'd like to punish you for that." Punish. The word startles me on some basic, primal level. It's not one I've ever heard from a lover before. Certainly not one I'd expect to turn me on. But it does. The way everything about this man stirs something bold and reckless in me. Things I've never been, or thought I could be, with anyone else. With Nick, I have no fear. No, with him, none of my old rules apply. He's been tempting me to bend or break them all from the very beginning. I lick my lips, which are swollen and still carrying the erotic scent and taste of him. He takes me into a kiss that is hard and urgent and raw. I moan with the intensity of it, my sex clenching in animal response to every claiming thrust of his tongue inside my mouth. I bring my hands up to his face, my fingers rasping over the faint stubble of his jaw, then tunneling deeply into his soft black hair so I can hold him closer. I want this bruising kiss to go on forever. What I really want to do is drop back down on him and suck him until he comes. But Nick releases me on a low growl, and it's plain from the stormy heat of his eyes that he has other plans. We barely make it into the penthouse apartment before he pounces on me. His kiss is carnal, his body hard against my curves, dominating me in a way that leaves me breathless. I'm not sure how we end up moving to the terrace. Nick's command of my mouth and my body is so consuming, I don't register that we're outside until I feel the first cool brush of night air on my bare arms and legs. My short, lightweight skirt dances around my thighs. The ocean breeze is cool against my naked sex, a delicious contrast to the molten heat Nick has ignited in every cell of my being. Nick reaches between my legs and draws in a breath through clenched teeth. "I shouldn't play fair with you either. I should tease," he says, his fingertips barely skimming my drenched cleft. "I should torment." He gives my sensitized clit only the briefest stroke of his thumb, a there-and-gone caress that rings a broken cry from my parted lips. I gaze up at him helplessly, prepared to beg for more. "I should punish you," he murmurs, his voice harsh with lust. As he says this, I realize I'm holding my breath, suspended in a dark anticipation that sends my heart galloping in my breast. I am waiting for his touch, for his kiss, for whatever he desires from me. I am his for the taking, however he wants me. I have been, from the moment our eyes first met weeks ago, and he knows it. "Yes," I answer. My admission is so quiet. At first, I think the breeze has carried it away. But then I watch Nick's eyes darken under the hard slashes of his brows. I watch his achingly handsome face take on a dangerous edge now, a look that unnerves me, excites me, makes me tremble with need. "You trust me," he says, less question than confident statement of fact. I nod, too caught up in my desire to summon words. "Turn around." I obey his low command and find that I am standing at the very edge of the open terrace, The plexiglass railing is only inches in front of me. The hip-high barrier between my body and an 18-story drop, practically invisible in the starlit darkness. It steals my breath to be so close to the inky, endless space below me. Farther out, the moonlit, spangled water ripples away from the dark shore as far as my eyes can see. Nick's strong hands come to rest on my shoulders. His warmth seeps through my skin and bones, and I can't keep from settling back into him as he moves up close behind me. I want to feel his arms around me, to know that I am anchored to something safe and solid, but he denies me that comfort. "Hold on to the railing," he instructs me, his tone authoritative and calm. "Don't take your hands off of it, Avery, not unless I tell you to." I nod, swallowing on a dry throat. The arced perimeter of plexi is topped by a broad strip of polished steel. I curl my fingers over it, holding on like I've been told. The short, swishy skirt of my dress flutters in the night breeze, tickling my thighs. Behind me, I feel a stirring of even cooler air as Nick backs away slightly. "Spread your legs for me, baby." He makes a low sound of approval when I comply. "Good girl. Now bend forward. Lower, baby. That's it, all the way down. I want to see your fine ass and sweet pussy bared and ready for me. Ready for anything I want to do." Oh, God. My sex clenches at his erotic threat. I draw a shaky breath and try to glance over my shoulder at him. When his palm smacks my behind, I yelp at the unexpected shock of it, staggering a bit on my high-heeled sandals. "Face forward, Ms. Ross." His deep voice vibrates into my bones. "You earned this, remember?" The lingering sting of his spank is a lick of flame on my ass, but his fingers are right there an instant later, skimming over me, feather-light, soothing the bite. Shivers grip me in the wake of that teasing touch, and my pulse becomes a throb, one that seems rooted in my clit. "You're mine to torment now," he reminds me. His caress dips lower, into the slick heat between my parted thighs. "I'll tell you when you can move." Given no choice but to submit, I drop my head and wait breathlessly, eagerly for the next morsel of pleasure or pain that he decides to grant me. I moan when he dips 2 fingers inside me, plunging deep. He thrusts once, twice, a slow rhythm that drives me mad. I need more. To ease the ache, I need it harder and faster. "Nick, please." "Please what?" He drives another finger into me, but it's still not enough. "Fuck me." "Oh, baby." He chuckles darkly, a sound so purely sexual I nearly come on the spot. "Don't cry for mercy so soon. I'm not even close to finished with you yet." As if to demonstrate that this is punishment I volunteered for, he withdraws his fingers completely, ignoring my whimper of protest. My skirt is tossed up and over my back, exposing me fully from the waist down. His palms caress my ass cheeks, massaging them, parting them in the instant before I feel the first wet flick of his tongue at my anus. "Nick!" His name shudders out of me on a ragged gasp. It's all I can do to remain standing as he licks and sucks and tongues my ass. I'm squirming helplessly, my muscles quivering from the arches of my spread feet to the tendons of my fingers, clutched for dear life to the terrace railing. My orgasm builds swiftly as he gathers me closer to his mouth and greedily feasts on me. When his fingers slide into my wetness to stroke my tender flesh, his thumb rolling over my clit in a demanding tempo, I can't hold back my pleasured cry. My spine arcs and a spasm shakes me, and suddenly I'm coming harder than I ever have, sensation pouring over me, racking me to the core. His teeth nip my ass hard, spiking the last aftershocks of my release into the stratosphere. I feel him shift behind me. I hear the metallic jangle of his belt as he unbuckles it, followed by the urgent rasp of his zipper. Foil crinkles, then rips as he tears open a condom packet. His hands are hot on my bare pelvis, his fingers like iron as he yanks my ass toward him. His shaft is hard and thick against the cleft of my body, and my sex responds with renewed need. I whimper impatiently, tilting my hips to receive him. I want to cry for mercy, damn it. I want to scream for him to drive home to the hilt. Instead, I clamp my teeth down so hard on my lower lip that I taste blood. Just when I think I can't possibly take another second of this torment, Nick's cock slides between my legs.
Forget the punishment. I need to fuck you.
He slips one hand between us, seating the blunt head of his penis at my body's entrance.
Hang on now, baby. Don't you let go.
He rams into me with a thrust that has me seeing stars behind my closed eyelids. There is no gentleness to his rhythm, only need. Hot and fast and slick and raw. The pleasure and pain is so intense, so exquisitely entwined, it nearly makes me weep. And each savage pound of his body drives me closer to the steep fall below. The railing is secure, solid as steel, but I can't deny my fear as my shoulders and chest drape over it, fully at Nick's mercy. My breath gusts out of me in shaky gasps, and blood rushes to my lowered head, my body rocking hard against the low wall as I absorb the impact of his possessive, dominating thrusts. He's taking me someplace tonight that I've never been, someplace exhilarating and intense, where adrenaline is fuel to pleasure, and punishment its own sweet reward. And I can't get enough. I grasp the railing like he told me to do, but in spite of his command, I can feel that it's really his firm hold on my hips that's keeping me tethered. In spite of the danger he may one day pose to my heart, his strong hands are the ones keeping me safe now. It is his control that's giving me the freedom to feel this intense pleasure, this ecstasy that's made all the more explosive because of the fear, because of the risk. As much as I crave this wildness, every clash of our bodies tells me that he craves it too, that he is as ruled as I am by this passion that exists between us. He snarls with it now, hammering hard and furious. Desperate for my own release again, I widen my stance and cant my hips to take him deeper, and the leash he holds on his control snaps. As he comes, he utters my name like a curse, one hand leaving my hip to twist in the length of my thrashing ponytail as his thrusts go deeper, as if he can't get far enough inside me. His climax trips my own. I splinter apart on a pleasured scream. And when my hands start to give out from the blissful bonelessness of my spent body, Nick's arms wrap solidly around me. He pulls me back from the edge and turns me around in his embrace, his eyes tender on me, but dark with erotic intent. He scoops me up into his arms, then carries me back into the penthouse and to his waiting bed inside. Chapter 28. Sunrise, as promised, is nothing short of spectacular from Nick's penthouse terrace. While he's on a call with a colleague in London, I wander outside with my cell phone to snap some photos of nature's glorious pastel light show. My work may not be worthy of Nick's gallery, a fact that stings more than I care to admit, but I want to remember these colors for the next time I paint. On a whim, I take another shot, one that also captures a pretty white sailboat cruising about a mile out from shore. Recalling now my promise to touch base with Tasha, I select one of my new photos and text it to her. Sorry I didn't call yesterday, but this happened. Here with Nick. All good. Her reply buzzes back almost instantly. Are those freaking palm trees, bitch? I really need to rethink this friendship with you. I laugh and send a smiley face. Love you too. Be in touch when I can. Glad you're all right, she texts back. Call me soon. P.S. Work sucks even worse without you. I can't believe it was only yesterday that I walked out of Vendange. Less than 24 hours with Nick on this fantasy getaway makes Joel and the restaurant seem like a distant dream. All the rest of my problems seem far off too, held at bay by the pleasure Nick has given me, and by the feeling of safety I know when I am in his arms. It's not something I've had with anyone else. this sense that I am truly protected and secure, that I am sheltered from everything, even my past. Hidden away up here with Nick in his paradise in the clouds, I can almost believe that nothing bad can touch me. Only an illusion, I know. Right now, I am too content to care about reality. As I take in the awe-inspiring view, I snuggle deeper into the white bathrobe Nick gave me to wear when I stepped out of the shower with him a few minutes ago. The thick cotton terry cloth carries his scent. The indescribable blend of clean, masculine skin and spicy sensuality has become my favorite drug, arousing everything female in me and stirring a deep possessiveness I cannot deny. Crossing my arms over my breasts, I tilt my chin down to nestle my nose into the plush lapel, and I inhale slowly, savoring this sensory reminder of him. As beautiful as this morning is, I don't want to let go of the night we shared. I don't want to go back to New York, where everything Nick has whisked me away from still awaits, including the many lies I'll have to explain to him.
I thought you'd be dressed by now.
At the sound of his voice, I glance over my shoulder and see him walking up behind me in nothing but a large white towel fastened around his hips. My mouth waters as I watch him moving with predatory grace across the terrace. I've had my lips and tongue all over every inch of that tan, muscular body, and just the sight of Nick striding toward me now makes me hungry to do it again. I smile, unable to keep the joy off my face. I can get dressed anytime. I don't know when I'll have another chance to see the sun come up from such an amazing vantage point.
Glad to know you have your priorities straight. Clothing is highly overrated anyway.
He grins, drawing up beside me and leaning his hip against the railing.
After last night, I doubt I'll ever be able to stand out here again without getting a raging hard-on.
As evidence of that fact, I can't help noticing how enticingly his towel is bulging at his groin. He has no shame, of course, standing there half naked and looking hot enough to melt me on the spot. My sex responds with a tingling surge of wet heat, spreading flame into my limbs and beating my nipples against the soft fabric of the robe. I'm sure Nick sees my reaction. He's become attuned to my body's needs, even more than I am myself. Blue eyes darkening, he reaches out and takes the tail end of the robe's long sash, pulling me against him. I don't fight it. More than anything, I want to feel his hands on me again. I want to feel him inside me now. Again, for as long as I possibly can. He kisses me, wrapping his arms around my back.
Have you decided what you'd like to do today?
I can think of a few things. His dark brows wing up with the slow curve of his lips.
Oh, trust me, Ms. Ross, so can I. And we will, I promise.
His lips brush mine again, ending with a deliberate nip that makes me gasp.
Don't think I've forgotten that I still owe you some form of punishment.
If last night was any indication, I can hardly wait for more. He chuckles at my challenge, and the hands clasped loosely at my back slide down to squeeze my ass. He draws my pelvis against the now massive ridge of his erection.
Feeling daring, are you?
I can't help it. You're a bad influence, Mr. Bain. I'm a shameless harlot around you.
Shameless happens to be my favorite kind of harlot.
He growls as he kisses me again, grinding his cock against me in a hard demand that fires up all of my nerve endings. I moan at the arousing feel of him, already half drunk with desire. He tears his mouth away from mine on a ragged curse.
Jesus, what you do to me. You get me so damn turned on. I think I could fuck you for weeks without coming up for breath.
I sigh with pleasure at the very idea. Sounds good to me. His hands slip inside my robe. I drop my head back on a soft cry as his fingers trace up my ribcage, then begin to caress my naked breasts. My thighs are straddling his leg, and I can't resist moving against him, my sex wet with arousal and aching for contact. Nick doesn't keep me waiting for long. One hand skims down my body and into my swollen cleft. He delves between my folds, stroking the hard butt of my clit before penetrating me with his finger. Oh, God. My breath is rushing in and out of my lungs as he thrusts and withdraws, driving me mad with rising need. Nick, that feels so good. His eyes deepen to a stormy blue as he watches me writhe and squirm on his hand. When he speaks, his voice is rough as gravel. Now who's the bad influence, Ms. Ross? Here I was, planning to take you out for coffee and a nice breakfast before I made you come again today. I laugh and shake my head. Coffee and breakfast later. Right now, I just want you to fuck me. Shameless and demanding, he replies, lowering his head to claim my mouth in a deep, dominatingly possessive kiss. Then he withdraws his fingers from inside me and gives my clit a light pinch. Get your sweet ass in my bed, Ms. Ross, unless you want me to take you right here in broad daylight. We don't make it out of Nick's apartment to look for breakfast until sometime after 10. I would be happy spending the entire day in his bed, but unfortunately, our empty stomachs refuse to be ignored. While I have to admit I was looking forward to another of his amazing home-cooked breakfasts, I can hardly be disappointed when I see the cheery waterfront cafe he's taking me to in Coconut Grove. Overlooking a marina filled with sleek mega-yachts and tall-masted sailboats of all sizes, the outdoor restaurant is filled with a mix of people. Some drip with jewelry and logoed resort wear, while others are dressed in the tourist casual staples of cargo shorts and t-shirts. Nick and I fall somewhere in the middle. He looks laid back but unmistakably affluent, in navy Bermuda shorts, deck shoes, and a white polo shirt. As for me, I'm feeling feminine and pretty on his arm, in my sleeveless, sky-blue linen wrap dress and flat sandals. My entire outfit, high-end designer label. Compliments of the Dominic Bain Fantasy Getaway Collection. I've never had such fine, expensive clothes, but I know the heads turning in my direction are not so much about the way I'm dressed as they are about the man I'm with. The people here may not recognize him for the business titan he is, but I've witnessed more than once how Nick's presence commands attention wherever he goes. It's impossible to ignore the hungered looks of more than a few of the other women who watch him now, nor their thin, envious glances that slide my way as an afterthought. As if he senses my anxiety, Nick's palm comes to rest possessively at my lower back as we move through the restaurant with the hostess in front of us. We're shown to a table near the perimeter of the restaurant, where thick nautical ropes section off the dining area from the walkway leading out to the docks. Seagulls glide over the boats, their cries mingling with the buzz of conversations around us. Nick and I settle in and place our orders, then soon enjoy fresh fruit plates and light-as-air crepes, all served under a cloudless, sunny sky that couldn't be more perfect. Even though the place is busy with boaters coming and going, it feels incredibly intimate being seated across from him, having breakfast at our thatch umbrella-covered table. Somewhere along the way these past several weeks, it's begun to feel natural and comfortable to be with him, no matter where we are. It feels safe to be with him. It feels right. That realization alone should fire off all kinds of warning bells inside me. Instead, it fills me with a joy that's been missing from my life for so long. I'm astonished that it might truly be real. Nick catches me smiling as I sip my coffee. What are you thinking about? I shrug with the intent to evade the question, but it blurts off my tongue anyway. I'm thinking that I'm happy. I swallow, caught up in the oceanic blue of his gaze. I haven't been happy like this in a really long time. Maybe never. He reaches across the table for my hand and brings my fingers to his lips for a tender kiss. Someday, Avery, you're going to tell me why that is. He says it as if it will be my choice, but there is an unspoken demand in the intensity of his studying gaze. A shot of panic races through me at the thought. I can't tell him more, no matter how far things end up going between us. There are some things he can't ever know. Aside from the lies I've told him about my personal life, the secrets I'm keeping about my past will either make him pity me or despise me. I couldn't bear to see either of those things in his eyes. It's hard enough seeing the question in his eyes now, as my silence lengthens. To my relief, our waitress chooses this moment to come over and ask if we'd like anything else. The moment broken, I tuck my hands in my lap and decline her offer of more coffee. After our plates are cleared away and Nick has sent her for the check, I attempt to steer us towards safer conversation. Some of these boats are really incredible, aren't they? I can see that he suspects my dodge, but he indulges me with a nod of agreement. I gesture to a blocky, gunmetal gray beast of a speedboat that's just motoring into dock. Check that one out. It looks like something a James Bond villain would own. Nick chuckles when I wrinkle my nose. You don't like it? It's all right. Call me old-fashioned, but I like the sailboats best. His brows rise. A woman after my own heart. His easy smile is devastating, and his casual remark makes the air seem a little warmer, a little more electric. I take a sip of my coffee and try to pretend he's not turning me on just by sitting across the table from me. So you like to sail, Nick? I've puttered around from time to time, he says. When's the last time you were out on the water? I wave my hand dismissively. Oh, a long time ago, and never on anything like these boats. My grandpa had a sunfish on the lake where they used to live. He'd take me out on that when I was little, and taught me a bit about sailing. Sounds like a good time. I nod. It was. Sometimes he'd let me help turn the sail. Mostly, I just liked being out on the boat with him. I release a slow sigh, reflecting on the time when things were different for me back home, when things were good. It's been a long time since I thought about those days. Your grandfather doesn't sail anymore? He died when I was in my teens. I could leave it at that, and probably should. But the wound is still fresh, even after all this time, and the words leak out of me in a quiet voice. He'd been drinking late one night and made the mistake of getting in his car. He hit a tree on one of the back roads by the lake. Fortunately, no one was with him or on the road when he had the accident. Jesus. Nick's face grows solemn as I speak, almost stern. I'm sorry you had to lose him like that. It was a hard blow for all of my family. One of many, I admit, knowing I can't go any further with this memory than I already have. I can't tell Nick that my grandfather's alcoholism came on the heels of losing his cherished daughter to the Pennsylvania prison system on a life sentence for murder. I can't tell him that after my mother was convicted and my grandpa was dead, the only person I had left was my grandmother, a woman whom I know wanted to care for me, but couldn't because of her sorrow for the daughter she'd been forced to watch be taken away. I can't tell him about the deeper secrets that have been eating away at my soul for nearly a decade. Secrets that are like poison, eroding me from within the longer I keep them, but certain to destroy me if I ever let them out. Our server comes to my rescue again, bringing our check and presenting it to Nick with a smile that seems less about winning a big tip than catching his eye. If he notices the attractive girl's attention, he handles it with the same cool confidence that he handles everything else that comes his way. Discreetly placing a large bill inside the check wallet, he hands it back and politely tells her to keep the change. Want to take a walk? He asks me, training the full measure of his smile on me alone. I'd love to. We head out onto the boardwalk and begin a leisurely stroll along the docks to look at the rows of flashy, large-engined speedboats with groan-inducing names like Peer Pressure and Liquid Assets and Feelin' Naughty. A few minutes into our tour of the marina, I spot the futuristic-looking gray yacht from earlier. When I snort out loud, Nick turns a curious glance at me. What did I tell you? I gesture to the name emblazoned on its stern. 00 Heaven. He laughs too, then takes my hand and we begin making our way over to the quieter area of the marina, where most of the sailboats are docked. As we walk, my phone rings in my purse. I don't have to guess who's calling. Given that my mother wasn't able to reach me last night, she's using precious time during her lunch break to try again. As much as I don't want anything to intrude on the nice time I'm having with him, I hate leaving my mom to wonder or worry about me. Nick pauses. Do you need to get that? Go ahead if you want. I'm going to run over to the marina shop and get us a couple bottles of water. Although I'm certain it's only a polite excuse to give me privacy, as soon as he steps away, I reach into my bag and swipe the screen to answer. Yes, I accept. I quietly tell the automated collect calling message. Hi, Mom. We fall into an easy conversation, picking up right where we left off a few days ago. After assuring me that her parole board interview is still on track, with no anticipated snags, she happily informs me that she's finished the mystery novel she was reading when we last spoke, and has now started a juicy romance about a vampire, of all things. She tells me how glad she is that spring is coming, and how pretty the blossoming trees look outside her cell's window. I listen and respond accordingly, while guiltily staring out at the boats gleaming in the blue water of the marina and the white gulls swooping through the sun-filled sky, a freedom my mother will likely never experience for herself again. I want to tell her about Nick. I want to tell her that I've met someone special, someone who makes me happy. But our 15 minutes have dwindled to less than 5. And besides, I know that's a conversation that won't be easy for her to hear. She'll worry about me. She'll need to be reassured that I'm safe with this man she doesn't know, that I'm being careful. As we say our goodbyes, I see Nick walking toward me across the dock. He's carrying a plastic shopping bag with the marina's logo on it in one hand and a couple bottles of water in the other hand. By the time I end my call, he's striding up to me with an enigmatic grin on his face. What's all this? I ask. He passes me the water. Provisions? While I stare in confusion, he reaches into the bag and pulls out a sailor's cap. The blue and white captain's hat is made for a child, but Nick leans in to kiss me as he places it on my head. Are you ready to go? Ready to go where? Instead of answering, he starts walking up one of the docks. I hurry after him, watching as he approaches the prettiest vessel in the marina, a large, 2-masted, teak-trimmed white sailboat named Icarus. Nick sets his shopping bag down on the deck and motions for me to join him. I eye him warily. You can't be serious. Don't tell me you just chartered this boat for us. I didn't. His grin is positively boyish. I own her. She was one of the first things I bought for myself once I could afford to be stupid with money. Come on aboard, Avery. Let's go sailing. Chapter 29. For the rest of the day, my world consists of billowing white sails, crystalline blue water, balmy ocean air, and Nick, expertly mastering them all. After motoring out of the marina into Biscayne Bay, we raised the sails and headed south. I don't know how many hours we've been sailing or even where we'll end up. Frankly, it doesn't much matter to me. With the breeze in my face and the sun warm on my skin, I'm in heaven. It doesn't hurt that I'm sharing this little piece of bliss with a gorgeous man who looks like something out of a swashbuckling dream. Nick's dark hair is tousled and wild as he stands shirtless and barefoot in the cockpit, his tan skin turning an even richer shade of bronze in the hours since we set sail. For what isn't the first time, he catches me staring at him. His answering grin is relaxed and carefree, and it does strange things to my heartbeat. Ready to take the helm for a while? Sure. I step next to him in the cockpit, eager to pitch in. Although my grandfather taught me the basics of sailing, my skills are rusty, and Nick's boat is like nothing I've ever handled before. What do I need to do? He moves in behind me at the wheel and points forward, his arm stretched out over my shoulder. The heat of his body, the sun-kissed scent of his skin, all conspire to make me dizzy with sensory overload. And he knows his effect on me, damn it. Just hold her steady, he tells me, his hot breath tickling the shell of my ear. I feel his lips brush the tender skin below my earlobe as his low voice rumbles against my back. When I shudder with kindling arousal, he compounds my body's reaction by pressing a soft kiss to the side of my neck. "Steady now," I said. "A good first mate can take any distraction in stride." I smile and pivot a wry look at him. I doubt most first mates have to deal with the kind of distractions I do. He arches a brow. "Complaining, Ms. Ross?" "Hardly." "Good." His mouth curves in an unrepentant smile. With gentle fingers, he turns my face forward. "Now just keep our bow aimed at that buoy over there." I give him a cheeky salute. "Aye, aye, Captain." Barefoot and agile as a cat, he hops topside to trim the sail while I hold our course. I do my best to follow his instructions, but it's damn hard to stare at a bobbing marker in the distance when Nick's near-naked body and effortless athleticism are on full display. He manages the sails single-handedly and with a level of skill that leaves me more than impressed, not to mention hopelessly turned on. He returns, raking his scarred hands through his wind-blown hair, as he hops into the cockpit. When I step back to give him the helm, he shakes his head. "You keep her. The wind is steady and we're on a straight course now. You're doing great." He gives my ass a firm squeeze as he leans around me and steals a kiss. "Besides, it's my turn to watch you for a while." He takes a seat on the slatted teak bench on the starboard side of the cockpit and lets me take us farther into the bay. When I glance over my right shoulder, I find his arms draped casually along the back of the bench, one ankle resting on his knee. Beneath the dark slashes of his brows, his bright blue eyes burn steady as he appraises me. I clear my throat, needing something else to focus on besides the inviting heat I see in his gaze. "So you just putter around on boats from time to time, He smirks. "More or less." "After seeing you out here today, my money's on more. How long have you been sailing?" "Long time. I was practically born on the water." It's a vague answer, and I assume that's all he intends to tell me when he shrugs, glancing out at the waves as we cut through them. "I actually grew up here in Florida." "Oh." I can't hide my surprise, not even when Nick looks back at me. "Sorry, I guess I just assumed you were born and raised in New York."
"Ah, that's right," he grunts, studying me. "One of those insufferable trust fund brats."
I laugh, shocked that he remembers what I said to him that night we met at the gallery. Now I wonder if my offhanded remark had struck a nerve in him, or if he's just so exacting that no detail ever escapes him. And now my own thoughts roll back to a comment he said back at the docks. I check our course and venture another brief glance in Nick's direction. "And this boat was one of the first things you bought for yourself after you became successful?" He nods, idly petting the gleaming mahogany trim.
"Custom-built, 45-foot Sparkman and Stevens yawl. I'd wanted one since I was 10 years old and saw an old photo of JFK on his S&S. So, after I cleared my first couple million in investments, I spent half of it on the Icarus."
My brows shoot up. "You're trusting me with your $1 million baby? Oh my God. Please come here and take the wheel now." He chuckles, but doesn't make a move to relieve me.
"I have no doubt she's in good hands. After all, I speak from personal experience."
I return his smile and go back to my duty at the helm with even more focus, now that I'm aware of what I'm steering. Although I'm not an expert in the subject, even I could tell that this boat was special, that it was classic, one of the best money could buy. And isn't that one of the constants I've come to understand about him? Dominic Bain surrounds himself with fine things, beautiful, expensive things. How I ended up in that equation, I have no idea. No, not true. I do know. And the taste of it is sharp and sour in my throat, especially when he's letting his guard down with me since we arrived in Miami. He's letting me in, little by little. And the only reason I'm here in the first place is because all this time, I've led him to believe I'm someone I'm not. I've pretended to be someone better, someone who could actually belong with him. How long I can expect my lies to hold, I don't even want to guess. I've gone far past the point of no return, and I don't know how I can ever hope to put things right. I force my guilt and worry behind me as I glance at him. It's often so easy for me to think of Nick in terms of how he projects himself to the world at large. The formidable business magnate, the super-rich financier, the commanding man who with a snap of his fingers can have anything and anyone he desires. Right now, seated on board his sailboat in nothing but a pair of shorts, the wind ruffling his black hair as he stares out at the horizon, lost in his thoughts, instead of the powerful force of nature who slices through all of life's obstacles the way the Icarus cleaves the waves, I see Nick as a boy, fixating on something he wanted and resolved to make it his. He's never looked more mortal. With the scars that riddle his right hand and arm, he's never looked more real, nor more earthbound. Why the name Icarus? Are you familiar with the myth? I shrug. Maybe. Wasn't he the god whose wings were burned by the sun? Not a god, just a man. Icarus was imprisoned on an island with his father. To escape, his father made them each a pair of feathered wax wings and warned Icarus not to fly too close to the sun, nor too close to the sea. But Icarus didn't listen. He got his first taste of freedom, and it went to his head. He flapped so high, the sun melted the wax. He flapped some more, then all the feathers fell off, and he dropped into the sea and drowned. I tilt my head. So is this boat a warning? Or a lesson? His slight smile is pensive, cryptic. Both, I suppose. Someday, Nick, you can tell me why that is. I see the flicker of surprise in his gaze as I serve his words from our breakfast this morning back to him now. He doesn't answer me, of course. Did you ever doubt you'd be able to get your boat one day? Or at 10 years old, were you just a younger version of this driven, relentless man I'm looking at now? His mouth curves in an unrepentant smile. What do you think? I laugh, shaking my head. Nothing has ever been out of reach for the indomitable Dominic Bain. Is that it? Nothing that I truly want? No. Including me. Although he doesn't say the words, there is no mistaking the message in his darkening eyes, and I cannot deny the current of awareness that arrows through me as he holds my gaze. He stands up and steps over to join me at the helm. His nearness unnerves me. At the same time, it sends my senses scattering with the giddy anticipation of his touch. Come a bit starboard now, he instructs me, calmly letting me know I'm neglecting my post. Yes, there you go. That's my girl, he says as I adjust the wheel. Eyes up front. I nod, watching our course, and the ribbon telltale on the sail to keep us moving in the right direction. Nick moves behind me, resting his hands on my shoulders. I sigh the instant I feel his hands sweep aside my long ponytail. I moan when his mouth presses warmly against the back of my neck. I want to take you somewhere new tonight, he murmurs. But only if you want to go there with me, and only if you trust me. On its own, the statement shouldn't make my pulse throb with desire, but coupled with Nick's smoldering gaze and growling voice, it's edged with sensual promise. I swallow, my heart kicking into a faster tempo as his hands move down my sides, then around to caress my breasts. If you want to return to a safe port tonight instead, tell me now, baby. No. My denial is a shaky sigh, followed by a soft cry as Nick's hands slide down the front of my body and into the V of my legs. He starts gathering my skirt, lifting it above my knees, up over my thighs. Nick, you can't. Just a touch, he says, sweeping aside the lace of my panties and finding my sex. He fingers me deeply, making me squirm with pleasure.
Jesus, you're drenched. So snug and hot. I can't get enough of this pussy. And now I need to make you come.
Before I can protest, before I can even attempt to refuse him, he strokes me relentlessly from my clit to the cleft of my ass. Lifting my foot onto the edge of the cockpit bench beside me, he spreads me open and fills my sex with his fingers. Oh my God. Nervously, I glance at the smattering of other boats in the bay with us. There is no one close enough to see what we're doing, but the delicious risk of people seeing Nick's hand between my legs as I steer $1 million worth of luxury watercraft toward the open Atlantic is a thrill I never expected. My vision blurs as pleasure spikes through me with every wicked flick of his thumb and deep plunge of his fingers. He shows me no mercy, though I hardly expect that from him anymore. No more than I can expect myself to resist him. I fall willingly, happily, into the vortex of sensation he's stroking within me. It's all I can do to keep my hands on the wheel and my eyes on our course. My limbs feel boneless, but Nick's bare chest and strong body at my back keep me rooted, centered, safe. And he doesn't let up until I come. Not until a cry of release tears loose from my throat and flies up into the billowing sails in a scream. Chapter 30. As night falls, Nick navigates the boat into Florida Bay, where we moor about a mile out from what he informs me is Isla Morada in the Keys. After so many hours on the water, it feels good to pause and take the sails down for a while. I'm exhausted for a variety of reasons, but I've never felt more alive.
Hungry?
Nick asks, bringing me down to the galley with him, where I discover the provisions he'd purchased back in Miami include a loaf of fresh bread, a bottle of white wine, and the basics for a romantic dinner for two. I watch him gather a box of pasta, olive oil, plum tomatoes, zucchini, a small container of grated Parmesan cheese, and a clove of garlic.
Pasta primavera sound all right to you?
Sounds perfect. He hands me the bottle of Pinot Grigio, then pulls a corkscrew out of a drawer.
Glasses are behind you in the cabinet. You pour the wine, I've got dinner handled.
Aye, Captain Bain. I tilt my head, smiling as I take the wine opener from his grasp. Or do you prefer I call you Chef Bain? He chuckles, but his expression is pure heat.
What I really want to hear you say to me tonight is yes, sir.
I freeze, startled by the weight of that single word. He holds my gaze, and those deep, ocean blue eyes are possessive and hot on me, stripping me bare without permission or apology. There's no mistaking the erotic implication in his reply, and even though his tone has a playful edge to it, my pulse responds with full awareness of what he's suggesting. Control and capitulation, domination and surrender, master and submissive. Is that what you want from me? I ask, my voice soft. Nick slowly turns away from the counter to face me full on.
I want everything from you, Avery. Not as my submissive, or because I want you to serve me, or anything close to that. That's not where I'm at in my life.
My heart stutters when I hear the admission he's not putting into words. But you were.
Not for a long time.
With Catherine? I can't help how quickly her name leaps to my tongue. I've been trying to puzzle out what she means to him. Now that I've finally dared to ask, I dread the answer. I see Nick's displeasure at her mention, and I swallow, wishing I could take it back. His eyes harden.
Catherine was in my life for a short time, years ago, when I first got to New York. The other part of my life has nothing to do with her and never did. She has nothing to do with us, either.
Some of my wariness eases at that. I believe she's not part of who he is now, or who he is with me. I want to believe there's nothing more to the story about this other woman and him, but I can see from his forbidding gaze that, at least for now, the subject of Catherine is firmly closed. He steps closer, the tight confines of the galley kitchen shrinking around us, until there is less than an inch of space between our bodies. His sculpted, bare chest and bronzed, broad shoulders fill my field of vision, crowding me with the warmth of him, with the enticing scent of his skin. I want more from you than you've ever given another man, Avery. More than you'll ever want to give another. He caresses my cheek, and I lift my gaze up to his, to the handsome, often unreadable face of this man who's becoming a vital part of my life, whether I want to allow it or not. I want your pleasure, your complete surrender, and to truly give that to you, I need your trust. You won't need a safe word with me. Tell me no, tell me to stop, and I will. I promise you that. But if you trust me, I will take you to the edge of your steepest, most private desires. Memories of last night on his terrace balcony flood my mind. The way he asked for my trust, then took me to the dizzying edge of pleasure, pain, and fear. Then again, today when we were sailing, the way he commanded both my body and my release, the way he asked if I was ready to go further with him, away from my safe ports. Now the sum of all these things sends a deliciously dark shiver over my nerve endings. If he were still into that lifestyle, I'm sure I'd know it by now. But that doesn't make his suggestion any less unsettling. Nick is dominant by nature, alpha to the core. Given my background, my broken past, I should find fear in that part of him. Yet there is no fear with Nick, only delicious, dark anticipation. And the thought of submitting to him sexually, in all ways, makes everything female in me quicken with curiosity and desire. No limits between us, he says, his voice quiet with demand and promise. No boundaries, no holding back. Not ever, Avery. Not with me. God help me. The way his gaze is burning me up, the way my body recalls in vivid, sensual detail how masterfully he knows how to please me. I would be willing to try anything and everything with him. I'm starving for the kind of freedom he's describing. I'm terrified of it, too, even though in a distant corner of my conscience, I realize I've been heading down this path with Nick from the very beginning, ready to submit my body and my pleasure, if not my soul. Eager to entrust all of myself to him, regardless of any warnings, regardless of all the risks. I lick my lips and watch his eyes drift to my mouth and stay there. His jaw tenses, and then his inky lashes lift, and I'm drowning in a storm of turbulent blue. I want more than you think you're capable of giving to anyone, Avery, but you'll give it all to me. It's not phrased as a question, but I nod, the only movement I'm capable of when he's looking at me with such raw hunger. His mouth curves at my almost instinctual agreement to his demands. I am his. Since the moment we met, I have belonged to him and no other, and he knows it as well as I do. I want to hear it, he murmurs, his voice rasping over my senses like silk, decadent and seductive. Say it, baby. Yes. His brows lift slightly, expectantly. The unspoken but gentle command sends a dark thrill through me. Yes, sir. Good girl. He steps back a bit, even though I long for him to kiss me, to touch me, to toss me down and take me right where I stand. But he denies me. Devil that he is. He purses his lips in wicked amusement and studies me for a long moment. I know he wants me right now, too. I can see it in his eyes. I hear it in the rising tempo of his breathing. I can feel it in the electric charge of the air between us, so potent and palpable it makes my nipples tighten and sends goosebumps prickling to life on my bare arms. My gaze drifts downward, and it's no surprise to find his erection straining against the dark fabric of his shorts. He wants me, but damn him, he's going to make me wait. He lifts my chin and gives me a brief, teasing kiss. Pour the wine, baby.
I'll decide over dinner just how far I'm going to take you tonight.
We enjoy Nick's pasta primavera and our bottle of wine by candlelight at the fold-out table in the cockpit, canopied by a black velvet sky pierced with countless stars. The meal is wonderful, the evening tranquil and warm, yet I spend all of it in a state of heightened anticipation of what awaits me once it's over. Each glance he sends my way kicks my pulse into a harder tempo. Every time he reaches over to refill my glass or brushes his fingers over mine, the embers still smoldering in my core leap to new life, fueling the wet heat between my thighs and making me fidget on the cushioned seat across from him. And because he knows me so well, I don't think for a minute that Nick isn't aware of my restless curiosity or my need. No, he's enjoying every second of it. I can't take the tension or the wondering, and if I think about being naked and at his mercy for another moment, I'm going to scream. Either that or combust on the spot. I shake my head when he offers me the last of the wine after we finish our meal. I'd better not. We both know I tend to do reckless things when I've had too much to drink. He smirks.
Like leaving art exhibits with a man you just met?
Yes, there is that. And then running away with him to Miami and sailing off on a whim to points unknown.
I happen to know exactly where we are, he says, pouring the rest of the Pinot Grigio into his glass. You have nothing to worry about as long as you're with me. I laugh. Oh, I seriously doubt that's true. He cocks his head, a frown creasing his forehead. Are you worried now?
No. I lick my lips, watching him in the low light of the guttering candle, his sculpted features and square jaw cast in shadows and harsh angles. Dominic Bain is profanely handsome, infinitely seductive. In his expensive tailored suits and polished luxury, he is the epitome of elegance and class. Tonight, dressed only in his shorts, with his short black hair windswept and wild, his jaw grizzled with the first rough hints of his beard, he is jagged and beautiful, a dark, wicked angel. And right now, in this place, in this moment, he is mine. Looking at him now, after our day together on the water and our romantic dinner alone on the boat, I can almost forget that he's a titan of the corporate world, with a net worth that exceeds the economy of a small country. I can almost forget that I've been warned to be careful around him, to protect my heart, that if I'm foolish enough to get too close, he'll only cut me loose like he has so many others before me. It isn't until I think of them, the women who came and went before me, that doubt begins to seep under my skin, despite his earlier reassurances about Catherine, at least. My pleasant bubble broken, I glance away from his stare, turning my head to look out at the glistening black water and the smattering of lights that glow on the quay across the bay. How long have you had the Icarus? I ask him, desperate for conversation that won't have me wondering when he's going to make love to me again, or how many other women might have found themselves seated in this same place with him.
I had her built 11 years ago. I was 22 and had just gotten my first taste of success in real estate investment. Needless to say, I was hooked.
I glance at him and find him leaning back in his seat, his wine glass held loosely in his hand. He looks so young like this, almost carefree. I can't help but smile. And now here you are, 33 years old, and 2.4 billion later. I see the flicker of surprise chase across his features, and I flush with embarrassment. I'm sorry. I shouldn't know that about you unless you wanted to tell me. My friend Tasha looked you up online without asking me first, and relayed some of the highlights.
The friend in Queens with the new baby?
Yeah, Tasha was also with me when I almost crashed into you in the lobby elevator. Nick's brows lift.
Was she? Funny, I don't recall anyone else once I saw you.
It's blatant flattery, but coming from him, I'm not entirely immune. I don't even try to hold back my smile. Tasha thought you were arrogant. She didn't want to like you, but I think you may have won her over with the bouquet you sent for Zoe's baptism several weeks ago.
Actually, I was aiming to win over a different woman that day.
He finishes off his wine and sets the glass down on the table.
So, what other internet highlights did Tasha share with you about me?
I shrug. Only that you're very successful and that you're known for how fiercely you guard your privacy.
Dominic Bain, the shadow mogul, he says, sounding vaguely amused.
But I know him too well to be fooled by his casual dismissal. He's irritated by his public reputation. He's defensive.
If there's one thing the press can't stand, it's someone who refuses to dance in their spotlight. Then they start looking for weaknesses, dents in the armor. They start digging for secrets.
Will they find any? The question blurts out of me before I can stop it. Nick's gaze sharpens on me, his jaw hardening. I want to reel my words back in, but they hang between us like a challenge. I know he feels so too. I can sense the flare of displeasure in him as he leans forward, placing his elbows on the table as he holds me in his hard stare. Against my will, my gaze drops to the numerous jagged scars that slash across Nick's right arm and hand.
Everyone has secrets, Avery. If you don't want them to rise up again, you have to be careful to remember where you bury the bodies.
Although he says it reflexively, with an edge that makes me wary to push him, I realize he could just as easily be speaking about me. I feel my face drain of its color under his scrutiny, a jolt of pure panic rushing through me. Does he know? Can he possibly have any idea about my past? No, he can't be. I'm certain of it. Because I was a minor, there was never any mention of my name after my stepfather's death. There's nothing to link me to those news stories, then or now. It's one of the many reasons I'm thankful to have kept my daddy's last name, even when Martin Coyle first married my mother and pressed her to let him formally adopt me. My skin crawls at the memory, and I can't suppress the shiver that sweeps over me. I know where the bodies of my secrets are buried, but no matter how far I've run from them, they still hold me in their icy grasp. Nick's touch draws me back to the present, his fingers tender as he covers my hand with his. He rises to his feet now, his expression softened.
We're done here. Stand up, baby, and come with me.
When I hesitate, uncertain, he holds out his hand in silent demand. As soon as I'm standing, he gently turns me around and begins unfastening my dress. Nick, what are you...
You won't need this anymore tonight.
He makes quick work of it, leaving me standing in just my bra and panties.
Now come with me.
Chapter 31. Nick, where are we going? He doesn't answer, just wraps his fingers around mine and leads me away from the table. I expect him to take me into the cabin. Instead, he steps onto the gunwale and grabs hold of a line with his free hand.
One hand for me and one for the boat,
he tells me as he helps me up beside him.
Watch your step. The salt spray can make the deck slippery.
Together, under the moonlight, barefoot, we make our way to the bow. Nick parks me on the broad wooden deck, then walks over to one of the hatches and retrieves a pair of long, folded cushions. He lays them out next to each other beneath the stowed mainsail.
Right here, he says,
indicating the cushion beside him as he sits on the other one. As soon as I sink down next to him, he pivots toward me and his mouth covers mine. His tongue delves inside in a possessive kiss that scatters all of my thoughts, even the most troubling ones. I sigh as his lips draw back from mine, all of the tension flowing away like the tide.
Better?
He asks, as if he knows I needed the change of scenery as much as I needed his mouth on me. I gaze at him in a state of sensual intoxication. Much better. I've been waiting for you to do that all night. Even in the darkness, I can see the satisfied curve of his smile.
Good things come to those who wait.
I snort, unable to help myself. You don't believe that for a second. You take what you want, remember?
Yes, he agrees, unrepentant. But we're not talking about me right now.
Okay, then prove it.
Prove it?
Show me all the good things you have in mind for me. I lick my lips and add a belated, "Sir?" His brows rise, whether in amusement or challenge, I'm not sure.
Evidently, I haven't sufficiently explained the concept of how this is supposed to work tonight. You don't get to make the demands.
Before I know what he's doing, he reaches around me and unfastens my bra. I yelp in shock as it pops loose. Nick sweeps the lacy fabric off me, tossing it onto the cushions. When I raise my hands reflexively to cover myself, his fingers close around mine. He shakes his head in firm reprimand.
You don't hide yourself from me either.
Placing my hands at my sides, he sits back and simply looks at me for a long moment. My breasts and torso are fully exposed to him, and he seems intent on taking his sweet, maddening time admiring every inch of me. I shiver, even though the night air is warm on my bare skin. Waves lap against the boat as it rocks gently in the water, lulling me into an almost trance-like state as I hang suspended in mounting anticipation, yearning for his touch, for his kiss, for whatever this provocative man desires of me. When he finally reaches out, brushing his fingertips along the tender undersides of my breasts, I exhale a tremulous sigh. His voice is a dark, wicked whisper. You see, Ms. Ross, the way this works is your body, your pleasure, belongs to me. His caress grows bolder, his palms firm on me, his thumbs rolling over my beaded nipples, pinching their hyper-aware tips. Arousal pours through me at his rough handling of my sensitive flesh, and I let out a soft moan of surrender, leaning my weight onto his braced hands to grant him total access to my body.
Yes, he murmurs thickly, approvingly. Now you're getting the idea.
His mouth covers one of my nipples, drawing it deep. I hiss in pure, unabashed need as his tongue circles slowly, flicking and suckling. Heat rushes under my skin with every delicious suction, every sharp, unexpected graze of his teeth. I whimper and squirm where I sit, loosely cross-legged, my sex growing damp and hot inside my panties. I want Nick's hands down there, too. I want his mouth on my clit, his tongue buried in my cleft. I want it so badly my sex clenches, the scent of my own arousal rising, warm and sweet, on the soft ocean breeze. It's all I can do not to reach for Nick and push his head down between my parted thighs. I gasp his name, arching back further on my palms, my spine bowed toward him, my breasts thrust forward as he continues his sensual assault on them. Nick, please. His answering snarl vibrates into my bones. Lifting his gaze from my breasts, he gives me a ruthless smile. Begging is nice, sweetheart, but tonight it's only going to make you wait even longer for what you really want. As he speaks, the backs of his knuckles skim down the center of my body, a slow descent that pauses as he reaches my navel. Unless you ask me very nicely. Please, sir, I whisper, a tremor building from just that brief, teasing touch. Oh God, I need to feel your hands on me. Please. In that case, how can I possibly refuse? He leans forward and kisses me. At the same time, his palm slides between my legs to cup my mound. I cry out at the glorious pressure and powerful possession of his hand as it curves around my aching sex. My cleft is drenched, and as he caresses me, his fingers slip past the edge of my panties into my wet slit. He groans, his strong fingers flexing, stroking my naked flesh. I want him to rub my throbbing clit. I want him to push his fingers inside me and give my empty channel something to hold on to. I want to feel his cock filling me, fucking me. I am already panting with want, desperate for anything he'll give me, But all too soon, his touch is gone. He ignores my protesting moan and pushes me down onto my back on the cushion. He carefully straightens my legs, then peels off my wet panties. I lay before him, naked and trembling, my nerve endings on fire as I watch him rise up on his knees to unfasten his shorts. He takes them off, pushing his boxer briefs down along with them. His erection springs free, heavy and enormous. My mouth waters as my gaze fixes on him, and when my tongue darts out to wet my lips in response, Nick's smoldering expression turns molten. The feeling is mutual, baby. Before the night is over, I'm going to have my mouth on every delicious curve and crevice of your body. A coarse, purely sexual growl curls up his throat as he looks at me. And I promise you, that sweet mouth of yours is going to be all over me, too. He sets his shorts aside and moves in close to my side. When I reach for him, he catches my hand and stretches it up above my head. Then he brings the other one up and places one of my palms atop the other. He holds them there for a moment before his fingers run slowly down the length of my arm, then along my rib cage. All of this is mine, he says. Every perfect inch. I shiver under his light caress, goosebumps racing in the wake of his touch. It's torture keeping my hands above my head, but I know that's what he wants. It's what he's demanded, even if he hasn't said the words. His touch descends, lingering along the buoyant curves of my breasts, then down the center of my rib cage. He strokes my belly, his finger tracing the rim of my navel, sending electric sparks into my limbs. Then his touch travels farther, over my hip bones, then along the line of trimmed blonde hair on my pubis. When his fingers sink delectably into the soaked V of my thighs, my answering sigh leaks out of me, thin and shaky with the desire. This, he says, his eyes locked on mine as he cleaves my slick folds. This, especially, is mine, any way I want it, whenever and however I choose. Isn't that right? I nod, all I can manage as his touch slides all along my sex, his fingertips alternating between stroking my clit and teasing the entrance of my body. I moan helplessly, yearning for him to penetrate me, to fill me. I need to hear you say it, baby. Yes, my answer is a threadbare gasp. He slowly shakes his head. He draws his fingers away from me, and I whimper at the loss. You know what I want to hear, Avery. Say it for me. Let me know I have your surrender. Yes, I answer breathlessly, eager in spite of my uncertainty about where he might take me tonight. Yes, sir. Very good. For that, you deserve a reward. He moves between my legs, then spreads them wide. His heated palms skate down my thighs and behind my knees, bending them so that the soles of my feet are flat on the cushions. His gaze rakes over me, from my fully exposed sex to my naked torso, which glows milky pale under the moon and stars above us. Then his eyes lift to my face, and I see so much desire in his expression it staggers me. Jesus Christ, you are stunning, Avery. You have no idea, do you? His deep voice is rough, a jagged scrape of words from his throat. If I were a painter, this is the only muse I'd ever need. He kisses the shallow dip of my stomach, his mouth hot against my skin. His tongue is deliciously soft as he licks and sucks a dizzying path to one side of my pelvis, then the other. My spine arches in reflex to his kisses, and it takes all of my concentration to keep my hands obediently clasped above me as he proceeds to taste every bare inch of my abdomen. I'm already soaked and quivering even before his palms slide under my ass, lifting me to his mouth. The first flick of his tongue along the seam of my body nearly unravels me, but I ride it out, wanting to obey him, wanting to please Nick with my submission as much as he is pleasing me now with his dominance and control. He plunders my sex with his mouth and tongue, stroking my clit, licking and sucking my pussy as if he means to devour me. Tremors ripple through me, spreading fire across my senses as my climax swells to life. I can't contain it. I can't hold back my sharp cry of release as he sucks my clit between his teeth and penetrates me with his fingers, my walls squeezing around him, greedy and demanding. Oh, God! My hips buck in his hands, but he doesn't relent. He keeps kissing me, keeps stroking me mercilessly with his tongue until I fear I'll pass out from sheer ecstasy. Oh, fuck! Nick! I'm still coming, still shuddering with the aftershocks of my release, when he finally eases me back down onto the cushion.
Don't move. Keep your hands where they are.
Yes, sir. My agreement boils past my lips, not even a hint of hesitation. Right now, I'll say anything, submit to anything, for another chance to feel his mouth on my needy flesh. Straddling me, he rises up over my torso. His cock is fully engorged and immense, riveting my gaze to it as a droplet of hot, silken fluid drips from the broad crown onto my belly, while Nick reaches over my head. I have no idea what he's doing. My mind is blissfully drugged on adrenaline and endorphins, and my senses are still hazy as I slowly float back down from somewhere in the clouds. I hear him withdraw something from a hatch near our heads. The soft slither doesn't fully register until I feel the cool abrasion of rope being wound around my wrists. Alarm shoots through me, jolting me back to full awareness. Nick... Shh. He pauses what he's doing and reaches down to gently stroke my cheek. His gaze holds my wary eyes, firm and calm.
Do you trust me?
I swallow. You're tying me up.
Yes, but only because I think you'll enjoy it.
I don't know. I try to pull my hands down and find he's already bound them. Although there is slack in the line, I am tied securely to a metal cleat. Nick, I've never...
I know, baby.
His voice is as gentle as I've ever heard it.
But you can trust me. And you know how you can stop this if we go too far for you. Just tell me to stop. Anytime, at any moment, and I will.
He caresses my cheek, then leans down and brushes a tender kiss over my lips.
Let me take you somewhere you've never been. Let me show you how good it can be to let go, to lose yourself to something you can't control. Lose yourself to me, Avery.
He's not asking so much as commanding, yet I don't bristle. I do trust him. I want to do things with him I'd never dare try, and never in my life wanted to share with anyone else. I agreed to let him take me away from safe ports today, and I can think of nothing more enticing than to do what he's asking of me now. To lose myself to him and to this unquenchable passion that seems to obsess us both.
Trust me, he says, and I nod. Not good enough, baby. I need you to say it.
Yes, sir. He shakes his head, strokes my cheek with tender care.
No more, sir. Not now.
He kisses me again, a slow, soul-searing tangle of our lips and tongues. My arousal kindles to new life again, fueled by the erotic pressure of Nick's erect cock resting against my stomach as he straddles me. His shaft twitches and swells as we kiss, his breath rasping into my open mouth. He slides his palms down the length of my outstretched arms.
Do you have any idea how much you turn me on?
His caress moves to my breasts, then lower as he eases himself back down between my parted thighs.
I could fuck you for days, baby. Weeks.
I sigh at how good that sounds. Promises, promises, Mr. Bain. He chuckles darkly.
I would say don't tempt me, but there's no point pretending that where you're concerned.
Then fuck me now, I order him, but my attempt at control is lost when his fingers slide into my cleft and push deep inside me. Oh, God, Nick. I feel him lean back and grab for his shorts with his free hand. his other still driving me wild and making me squirm in needy anticipation. I hear the tear of a condom wrapper, followed a moment later by the delicious pressure of Nick stroking his cock along the wet seam of my sex. I arch to greet him, and he thrusts home on a coarse grunt. We slip into a deep, urgent rhythm, both of us hungry for the contact, our bodies fitting together as if they were made for each other. He pushes deep, filling me until I can hardly breathe. Bound at my wrists, I can only use the tension of the rope to steady myself as he pounds into me in a frenzied tempo, driving me toward the crest of a fierce orgasm. Nick watches me as I start to break apart once more, his eyes scorching me with the ferocity I see in them. "That's it, baby. Come for me again. I want to see it. I can feel your tight pussy milking me. I know you're close." "Yes," I gasp, my breath heaving as I rock on the cushion, totally at his mercy. The rope is a sweet abrasion against my skin, reminding me that I have no control with this man. Nor do I want it. Not when the pleasure is as intense as this. I bite my lower lip as a whimper starts to boil up the back of my throat. "You're so pretty when you come," Nick praises me. "You make the sexiest sounds. It makes me so damn hard to hear your little cries." He fucks me deeper, powering into me relentlessly, mastering me completely. I bear down to take the full measure of his battering thrusts, loving the animal intensity of him, loving how raw and primal he can make me feel, while still managing to make me feel safe, even cherished. My orgasm explodes an instant later, breaking over me in wave after wave, drowning me in pleasure. Dimly, as I'm spinning out to orbit, I feel Nick's pace slow to a pause. He pulls out of me, still fully erect. "Flip over, baby." His voice is gravel, rough and jagged. "I need you on your knees, now." Because I'm boneless now, in addition to being bound, he helps me turn. His strong hands are shaking a bit as he takes hold of my hips and twists me so that I'm no longer on my back, but positioned before him on my knees on the cushion. The length of white rope is coiled tighter around my wrists now that I'm flipped over, locking me in place with my ass in the air and my hands stretched out in front of me. "Oh, fuck," Nick growls. "What are you doing to me? I've never seen anything as hot as you." His palm lands sharply on my ass. I wince and bite my lip, my soft cry sounding more like a desperate, wanton mule. Nick seizes my hips and hauls them higher, pulling my arms tauter and making my spine bow. His cock nudges thickly at the mouth of my sex, then slides home. My breath rushes out of me as he fills me, stroking into me long and hard. His cock feels immense at this angle, impossibly thick, and each deep, invading push seems even fuller than the last, bringing me to the brink of pleasure and pain. And I want more. I want all of him. I tilt my pelvis, opening myself wider for him so I can take every hard inch, every jarring thrust. He's starving for me, too, and the staggering force of his lust is hotter than anything I've ever felt. Coarsely uttered curses and growled praise for how I feel, how I look, boil out of him in sharp blasts as he fucks me. The sensory overload is too much to contain, and there's no stopping my climax. It roars up on me in a searing flash, filling my vision with stars as the jolting burst of sensation explodes inside me. Nick's tempo doesn't slow as I shatter apart beneath his powerful thrusts. His hands clamp down tight on my hips as he pounds into me. "Yeah, baby, let me hear you." I couldn't hold back my scream of release even if I tried. I moan his name, quivering as the orgasm ripples through me, wave after wave of pleasure. Nick's palm slides up my spine, toward my shoulders. He presses me farther down against the cushion, the motion levering my ass even higher as he powers into me with greater urgency. I feel the shift in his focus now that I'm spiraling down from my orgasm, my body slack and boneless. Nick's hands return to my hips, clenching harder as he chases his own release. I feel the coiled tension in his cock, the steely length of him swelling larger with every deep pump of his hips. He is as stiff and solid as granite inside me, as hot as molten iron. He makes a strangled sound as he pistons hard and fast within me, and then his body arcs sharply and he slams home, shuddering and swearing with the force of his release. He keeps moving inside me, releasing my hips to wrap his arms around me instead, folding over me and dragging me tight against his heated chest. I don't know how long we stay there like that, both spent and slick with sweat and the earthy must of our lovemaking. All I know is that I don't want to move. I want to feel him inside me all night, if possible. I groan in sullen protest when he eventually withdraws to dispose of the condom. "Are you all right?" He asks the question quietly, almost hesitantly, as he reaches up to unfasten my bindings and set the rope aside. "I didn't hurt you." "No." I shake my head, still drunk on ebbing pleasure as my arms sag onto the cushion, as boneless and fatigued as the rest of my body. I roll to my back and look up at his solemn, breathtakingly handsome face. "No, you didn't hurt me. That was amazing." "You're amazing," he murmurs. "Being with you is—" His words trail off and his gaze cuts away from me. "I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting you, Avery." He glances back at me and curses low under his breath. Then he bends toward me, taking my face in his hands as he kisses me. Not with fire and urgency this time, but with a tenderness that nearly breaks me. Because I feel something unexpected with him, too. Something I didn't plan for or want. Something I cannot afford to risk. I need this man. I want him with something deeper than desire. Something more powerful than the obsession we both share for each other. I'm falling, fast, and as much as I want to pretend I'll be able to walk away after Claire returns and my reality resumes, I have to admit another surrender to Nick tonight. My body and my pleasure both belong to him, but the more staggering truth is, so does my heart. Chapter 32. Are you sure no one can see us?
No one can see us.
Nick's grin skims the surface of the sunlit, turquoise water as he moves toward me, both of us stark naked beside the boat.
There's no one around for miles, just you and me, and maybe a small shark or two.
"What?" I shriek my reply and lunge for him in reflex. He chuckles, catching me in his arms and pulling me against him.
"Got you right where I want you now."
"Bastard!" I smack my palm against his shoulder. "Are there really sharks out here?" His smirk is cryptic, and I decide I don't really want to know. I don't want to escape his arms either. His muscled body feels too good against me, our legs sliding together, tangling below the surface. It's peaceful out here, just the two of us, and the various sea life I prefer not to imagine. A couple of miles away, off the port side of the Icarus, Isla Morada is a long strip of lush green. Behind us in the distance are clumps of smaller green islands that bristle out of the water. Although we woke to a handful of neighboring boats moored in the large bay with us, all but a couple had moved on soon after sunrise. Nick and I took our time having breakfast on deck, followed by a lazy few hours of lovemaking in the main cabin. When we crawled out for a breather and refreshments afterward, I quickly found myself being tucked into some morning skinny dipping off the side of the boat. I looped my arms around his shoulders, reveling in the simple intimacy of the moment, as we float almost weightlessly in the warm, crystal blue salt water of the bay. "This is absolute paradise," I murmur, tipping my head back to look up at the pristine blue sky and a pair of white gulls riding the breeze overhead. How do you ever find the will to return to New York after spending time out here?
My life is in New York, not here. Hasn't been for a long time.
I lower my head and meet his gaze. How long? He shrugs, nonchalant.
I moved away for good when I was 20.
And you made your first $2 million in real estate investments by the time you were 22? I can't help but gape as I put together the pieces of what he's told me. That's amazing. I realize you're brilliant, but you must have been a business tycoon prodigy, too. He smiles dismissively.
I got lucky, that's all. When I came to New York, the Iraq War was just beginning. I had some money saved up, and I figured the one thing every war needs is equipment, supplies. So I invested in a few defense contractor companies.
A smart move.
And lucrative, as it turned out. After about a year, I'd more than doubled my money. Around that same time, real estate in Florida was starting to go crazy, so I bought up a few properties, flipped them, then reinvested in bigger and bigger developments and put some money into the market as well. I knew it couldn't last, and just before the housing market bubble started to burst, I got out. I dumped everything, sold it all at the peak. By the end of 2008, I was worth $500 million. Since then, I diversified. Stocks, corporate finance, anything that catches my eye and looks to be a solid investment. Anything I can either turn into something bigger or disassemble and sell off at a profit.
I reach out to trace a dampened wave of black hair that's sticking to his brow. And now, here you are, I say, utterly impressed by all that he's accomplished.
Yes, here I am.
His gaze doesn't leave mine, and in the heat of his penetrating blue eyes, I try to understand how it is that we've ended up together like this. How is it that of all the women he could choose to spend his time with, he is with me? Why me, Nick?
What do you mean?
He studies me so intently, I'm sure I must be overstepping. I shake my head, uncertain how to begin now that I've broached the subject. I'm not asking you to tell me how many other women have been here with you like this.
You can ask, he says, though his voice is clipped. The answer is none.
None. I repeat the word dully. I hadn't expected him to answer, let alone say this.
He shakes his head. Not on board my boat. Not to my place in Miami. Not here like this. No one.
This revelation is more than unexpected. It's bewildering and much too gratifying to think I am the first. The only. But still, then why now? Why me?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I hadn't planned for this.
There is an edge to his gaze as he looks at me, a hardness that makes me worry that I've ruined our moment. With his silence, the only sound around us is the soft lapping of the water against the boat and the high-pitched cry of a seabird. Then Nick shakes his head and utters a curse under his breath.
I've done a lot with you that I haven't with anyone else. You've obsessed me, Ms. Ross. Now that I've opened the door, I don't think it's going to be easy to close it.
Is that what you want? I swallow hard. To close the door on me?
No, that's not what I want. I want to throw them all open. I want to be the one to lead you through them.
I don't understand, I murmur. You can have anyone, Nick. That night at the gallery, you could have gone home with any woman there. Yet you chose me.
Yes, I did.
His arms drift down my back below the water as we continue to float together.
Unless I'm mistaken, you chose me too.
True, but I didn't know who you were. His dark brows arch.
And if you had?
I recall how bruised I'd been by the rejection of my art. How pissed I was when I learned from Margot that he was not only a reputed player, but Dominion's owner. I think I would have told you off rather than spend the night with you.
Is that right?
A devilish smile quirks at the corner of his lush mouth.
I think you would have gone home with me regardless of that.
Eyes narrowed, I snort a laugh. How positively arrogant of you to say so, Mr. Bain.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I can't, and he knows it. and as I float in the circle of his strong arms, my argument that I might have been able to resist him, then or now, is quickly losing steam. I cling to the only piece of indignation I have left. You don't like my art. Even though my voice is soft, it's an accusation. I never said that. You told me yourself it wasn't very good, not good enough for your gallery. That's not the same as saying I don't like it, or that I don't think you have talent. Do you? I can't help but ask the question. His professional opinion as the owner of a highly respected gallery cannot be disputed, but it's his personal judgment that has me holding my breath. Do you think I have talent, Nick? He nods. Clearly, you do. I think it's possible that you could be great. But, because it's obvious he doesn't think I'm anywhere near that yet. You really want to know? Yes, I need to know. He studies me, as if he's weighing how to say it. Your art is self-conscious. It's not honest. I look at your paintings, Avery, and I see someone who's either unsure of who she really is or trying to hide from that truth. I bristle to hear it, a swift jolt of defensiveness and alarm shooting through me. Can he be right about my work? Even more troubling, can he truly see through me so clearly? It's not as if the idea should come as a surprise. From that first night in the lobby of the Park Avenue building, I felt stripped, exposed to my soul under Nick's shrewd gaze. I feel that way now, too, and every reflex in my body tenses with the urge to escape. I want to hide, and because he can read me like no one else, instead of letting me retreat, Nick closes his arms around me even more, caging me in his embrace. I glance away from his searching gaze, but he refuses to give me that either, gently catching my chin and bringing my eyes back to him. You have a gift, but you're not letting it reach the canvas. I think you're afraid of what you'll see. You're always going to be afraid, unless you find the courage to open your eyes. A dangerous, alluring heat flickers in his fathomless blue irises. I can open doors for you, Avery. I can lead you through them. His words from a few minutes ago seem to carry a darker, more sensual meaning while he's holding me captive in his arms and his gaze. Are we still talking about my art or something else? His mouth curves, but his eyes remain utterly serious. That's up to you. It's impossible to ignore his erection as we gently bob against each other in the water. The small waves rippling through the bay push us together in a lazy, sensual rhythm that has me reflecting back on everything we did last night, everything I am eager to do with him again. And because he seems to enjoy provoking me, in and out of his bed, I shift my hips and bring my legs up, wrapping them around his waist. He closes his eyes on a groaned curse as my naked sex gets up close and personal with his abdomen. Better be careful, Ms. Ross, he warns as his cock nudges my rear. You're giving me a lot of interesting ideas. I laugh and lean back in his arms, levering myself until I'm floating prone on the water. It feels like heaven, drifting, suspended in Nick's embrace, with endless blue sky above me and a bed of gentle waves beneath me. I don't want to leave this spot. Can we stay here a while longer? How long do you want to stay? The rest of the day? The rest of the week? The rest of the month? He can't be serious. I lift my head out of the water and find him staring at me hungrily, his scorching gaze traveling the arch of my body and the swell of my breasts above the surface line of the water, where my nipples are pink and puckered as the tiny waves lick at them. Don't you need to work? Do all of those things that billionaire shadow moguls do? He chuckles. Most of my business is conducted by email and phone calls. Anything I need to handle can be done from here. Well, I'm supposed to be house-sitting, I remind him. Claire's plants will forgive a couple of days without water, but not much more. I'll call Manny. He'll make sure everything is taken care of. What? I sit up, realizing he's not joking. "Nick, I'm not sure that's in his job description."
"No, it isn't. But if I ask, I'm fairly certain he'll be willing to do it."
I gape, suddenly understanding something I suspected that first night we were together. "You don't just own the penthouse, do you?" He smiles. "Oh my God." I groan, but I can't keep from returning his grin. "You're crazy. We can't just disappear for days or weeks on your boat."
"Of course we can. Whatever we need, we can get at one of the neighboring keys. Food, coffee, clothing, condoms." He smiles wickedly. "All the essentials."
I laugh, realizing I'm practically giddy at the idea of extending this fantasy escape with him. It's wildly romantic, more than borderline reckless, and I can't think of anything I want to do more. I have no resistance, not for Nick's plan, nor for the man himself. Noting my obvious surrender, he cups my nape and drags me to him for a breath-stealing kiss. I moan when he finally releases me, arousal spiraling hot and tight in my core. "You're going to corrupt me, you know that?"
"Oh, Ms. Ross, I fully intend to."
Chapter 33. Then, after island hopping around the Keys for 3 weeks, we sailed back to Miami and spent a couple of nights at his beach condo before flying home to New York last week. "Damn, girl! That sounds absolutely amazing." Tasha beams, seated across from me at the diner in Queens, where we've met for lunch on her day off from Vendange. She's just spent the last 20 minutes listening indulgently while I recapped the highlights of my tropical escape with Nick. The PG-rated ones, anyway. The rest of the highlights belong to Nick and me alone. "You look amazing, too, Avery. I can't decide what you're wearing better, that killer tan or the smile that hasn't left your lips since you walked in here." I tilt my head at her. "What, no smart-ass remarks about Nick or threats to disown me as your friend?" "Nope, not when you look this happy. I like seeing you finally let down your guard with someone." She takes a sip of her iced tea, then salutes me with the glass. "And for the record, I'd be saying that even if your boyfriend wasn't a drop-dead gorgeous bazillionaire with a yacht and multiple penthouse apartments. But it damn well doesn't hurt that he is." I return her teasing smile and go back to eating my turkey wrap and fries. "My boyfriend? I'm not sure I'm comfortable calling him that just yet." She shoots me an incredulous look. "Are you kidding? Gee, let's review. You've been practically inseparable for the past 2 months, nearly half of which has been spent alone with him, sunbathing and skinny dipping your way around the Florida coast on his $1 million sailboat, which, by the way, he's never done with anyone else before. He's cooked for you, taken you out to nice places and fancy parties, and now you're sitting in front of me looking like a woman who's not only extremely well taken care of and well pleasured, but also very possibly falling head over heels for this man. What the heck would you call him?" "Well, when you put it that way, maybe." I laugh and shake my head. "But I don't know. And I'm not falling in love with him." God, am I? What I feel for him is intense, no doubt. It's white-hot and consuming. After all the time we've spent together, naked and otherwise, I certainly can't call our relationship casual anymore. He is my first thought when I wake up, and my last as I'm falling to sleep every night. Granted, both of those moments are usually spent in his arms, but that doesn't change the fact that there's nowhere else I'd want to be. And despite the fact that I haven't considered where we're heading in just a few more weeks when Claire's due back from Japan, I can't think of Nick and not imagine us together. Whatever feelings I have for him, I'm getting in deep and I can't deny it. Least of all to myself. Apparently I can't deny it to my best friend either. "So, where is Loverboy today?" she asks as she stabs a forkful of Caesar salad. "I'm surprised he let you out of bed long enough to come see me." "He's got business meetings with his acquisitions team in London again." "Oh, back to London again," she sighs melodramatically, her voice affecting a bored tone. Well, Tony's going to Staten Island tomorrow to head up a new sewer pipe installation with his construction crew. So really, that's like almost the same thing, right?
Shut up. We burst into a fit of giggles, and I shake my head at her.
Anyway, Nick left yesterday, and he won't get home until a week from Friday. I don't mention that I'm missing him terribly and can't wait for our time apart to pass. Instead, I munch on a fry and glance over at Tasha. Speaking of work, how are things at the restaurant? She rolls her eyes. Kimmy got promoted last week. Joel put her in charge of the bar, of all things. What? She can hardly place a drink order without messing it up, much less mix one. You're telling me. Not that it matters. She's an expert at kissing Joel's fat ass, so she's golden. Tasha dumps a sugar packet into her tea, then chases the granules and ice cubes around with her spoon. I'm supposed to be training her on the inventory and the register in our downtime, which, as you know, is next to nil. So basically, I'm doing everything myself while she stands around and chats up Joel and the customers. I wince. I'm sorry. If I'd known my leaving was going to make things worse for you... No, don't even go there, she interjects sharply. I'm glad you stood up to him. I'm glad you got out of there. Believe me, I would too if I had half your guts. There was a time, not so long ago, that the thought of locking horns with my employer would have been unthinkable, let alone something I'd actually do. But I'm not that person anymore. Maybe I never was. I just never dared to push back before, to let that side of me loose. Nick has said he thinks I'm running from who I really am, hiding from it. I've been turning those words over in my mind ever since, and although he made that observation in connection to my art, I can't help thinking that he is right. There is so much about me that he's gotten right, so much that he's unlocked, set free. I can open doors for you. I can lead you through them. The truth is, he already has. Even if our relationship ends tomorrow, I know I can never go back to the person I was before he entered my life. Where exactly that leaves me now, I haven't quite figured out yet. So much for my bartending career, I mutter, giving Tasha a wry look. Vendange was the only restaurant I've worked in since I came here, and it's not like Joel is going to give me a reference. Oh, please. Tasha dismissively waves her hand. Who needs references when you're Dominic Bain's mystery girl? His what? You haven't seen it? She draws back, giving me a surprised look. Oh, that's right, I forgot. You're allergic to the internet. Yes, you and your maybe sorta boyfriend were all over the society pages after the mayor's gala last month. She wipes her hands on her napkin, then digs in her purse for her phone. I feel uneasy and confused, waiting as she brings up a website page on her browser. She turns the screen toward me and wiggles her brows. See? There you are. It's the gossip page of a big New York City newspaper. There, among the dozens of paparazzi shots of socialites and business magnates attending the mayor's fundraiser, are two photos of Nick and me. One is the snapshot taken of us through the windshield of Nick's limo. The other was captured as we made our way past the photographers and police barricades into the hotel for the event. A rare public appearance tonight by billionaire businessman and philanthropist Dominic Bain, arriving with his guest, Ms. Avery Ross, Tasha recites to me, adopting a faux snooty inflection that normally might make me giggle along with her. But not now. Not over this. Let me see that. I take her phone and look at the photos, groaning because I know how Nick values his privacy. Hell, I value mine too. And it's with no small amount of alarm that I realize these photos, and my name, are now in the public domain. They must have gotten my name off the registry when Nick and I checked in that night. I glance down at the social media stats at the bottom of the article and feel some of the color drain from my face. Are you shitting me? Tasha, this article has more than 1 million views. Congratulations, she says cheerfully, unaware of the growing knot of unease that's coiling in my stomach. You're officially famous, girlfriend. I'm in a restless mood when I arrive home from brunch with Tasha, and I can see it in the painting I'm working on in my makeshift studio in Claire's living room. The landscape I'd been trying to perfect for so long without success currently sits abandoned against the wall, along with the crated works I haven't bothered to open since I brought them home from Dominion a couple of months ago. On my easel now is something all new, a piece inspired by my getaway with Nick. I began working on it secretly after we arrived back in New York. In the weeks since, it's been my obsession. As I add the last of the shading on the silvery feathers that are the heart of the piece, I'm so engrossed, I barely register the ringing of my cell phone on the end table beside me. Although I'm waiting on a call from Nick after texting him when I got back from brunch, I'm not surprised to see the Pennsylvania area code on the caller ID display. After a favorable interview with the parole board a couple of weeks ago, my mother's excitement for her pending case review next month is practically all she talks about now. I'm excited too, praying with an almost desperate hope that the state finally shows her some mercy. Setting down my brush, I quickly wipe my hands on a paint cloth and grab for my phone. I swipe the lock screen and wait to hear the automated operator. But the familiar message doesn't come. The line is connected, but all I hear is empty air and the faint sound of breathing on the other end. Hello? Is someone there? I wait another second, then pull the phone away from my ear and check to see if the call has dropped. No, it hasn't. And now I swallow on a suddenly arid throat, even as I assure myself that I have no reason to feel afraid. Hello? Mom, is that you? The line goes dead. I'm still holding the phone in my frozen fingers when it rings again. Whether it's been a few seconds or several minutes, I'm not entirely sure. All I know is the rapid pound of my heart beating in my chest and the chill dread that squeezes me in its fist as I nervously glance at the screen again. Nick. Relief pushes the air out of my lungs on a heavy sigh, but my nerves are far from steady as I swipe my finger across the phone to answer his call. Hi. My voice comes out thin and quiet, almost breathless. Hi yourself. He gives me a low, sensual groan. Why do you have to sound so damn sexy when I'm 3,400 miles away? I smile, despite the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. Hearing Nick's voice always has a comforting effect on me, and now is no exception. Besides, I'm sure the other call was nothing. Probably someone from the prison administration or the public defender's office calling my number unintentionally. Just a harmless butt dial. No reason to start looking for ghosts or jumping at shadows. Instead, I reach for a tether to bring me back to the real world. How was the meeting with the aerospace people? Profitable. We closed on the acquisition before dinner tonight. He sounds genuinely excited, even proud. Nick, that's fantastic. Congratulations. I can practically hear the grin in his reply. The capital we're injecting into this operation's going to beef up production schedules by twofold. If everything goes well, by this time next year, Bain International will be the third largest entrant in the private spaceflight market. I'm astonished, but not surprised. Nothing about this man's ambition and drive, nor his intellect, shocks me anymore. He is a force to be reckoned with, and I doubt he's ever met a challenge he couldn't conquer. On this planet, or any other, evidently. If you keep dominating markets outside our orbit, you're going to have to seriously consider new letterhead. Bain Intergalactic has a nice ring to it. He chuckles. I'll take it under advisement. I'm excited for you, Nick. I wish we could celebrate in person. So do I, and we will, as soon as I return. Then his voice takes on a deeper timbre. Until then, I can think of some interesting ways to celebrate together long distance. I'm sure you do. I laugh, even as my body quickens with interest. And I want to hear every wicked one of them. But that's not the reason I wanted to talk to you. I met Tasha in the city today. While we were talking, she showed me a gossip page article about the mayor's gala last month. There were photos of us together as we arrived. Apparently, they've gone viral on the internet. Ah. He doesn't sound pleased. Then again, he doesn't sound surprised either.
I suppose that was to be expected.
You already knew?
I employ enough people who'll bring these kinds of things to my attention if I don't see them for myself first.
So you're not upset that we've been photographed together?
Of course I'm upset, but I'm used to the press constantly buzzing around in search of their next meal. They might have fed on us for a lot longer if we hadn't left the city when we did, and for as long as we did.
Oh. A pang of disappointment stings me as he explains. I hadn't thought of that, but you're right, Nick. Dominic Bain is nothing if not a shrewd man, and as I've learned, he is always in control, always one step ahead of everyone else, drifting through his orbit. So I really can't fault him for thinking that far ahead, for taking steps to protect his privacy. I shouldn't feel disappointed if his motivation for whisking me off on the fantasy getaway of my life was more pragmatic than it was spontaneous. Hopefully things have died down by now, I murmur. And I can't help thinking that our escape from the press's eye was beneficial for me too. One of the things I love most about New York is the sense of anonymity it provides. It's easy to blend in here, easy to vanish into the masses. Here, it's easy to start over, unlike back home, where nothing is ever forgiven or forgotten.
If things haven't died down, Nick says, we'll just find another place to explore.
Sure, why not? I reply, pushing away my grim thoughts and trying to keep my tone as light as his. Although it's going to be hard to top 3 weeks on the Icarus.
How do you feel about Paris?
Thankfully, he's not here to see me gape. I don't know how I feel about it. I drift over to one of the sumptuous sofas and sink into the corner of it, tucking my legs under me. I've never been there.
Never? He says it as if I've just confessed to a crime. Every artist owes it to their work to spend as much time as possible in Paris. How does your schedule look next month?
I close my eyes, wishing I could play along with this game. But next month is when Claire is due back from Japan. Next month, she'll be sitting here in this beautiful apartment again, and I'll be looking for work and someplace cheap to live. I'll have to check with my secretary and get back to you.
I'm serious, Avery. I want to take you to Paris.
I don't have a passport, I say, grasping for the closest excuse that isn't an outright lie.
A minor detail, which I can take care of for you in less than a day. You'll only need to be available to go. You can do that, can't you?
I exhale softly and gaze out at the view that doesn't belong to me. Nick, and this glittering, jet-set life I'm enjoying with him, doesn't belong to me either. It's been all too easy to ignore that fact, but very soon it's going to come crashing down on my head. Ask me again next month, and we'll see. He's silent for a moment, and the weight of his contemplation is palpable.
All right, then. I will ask you again next month, Ms. Ross. In the meantime, I'd like to explore some of those long-distance celebration options we left open for discussion.
I smile. Is that right, Mr. Bain?
Yes. You can start by telling me what you're wearing.
Chapter 34. For the remainder of the week, I throw myself into my work. Creatively, I am on fire as never before, but a big part of my obsessive hours at the easel is the fact that I'm missing Nick. We've talked every day this week, and even though hearing his voice and receiving his frequent, often wickedly dirty texts has helped make the week apart more bearable, by the time he is finally due back from London, I am practically giddy with excitement to see him. Any hope I have of playing it cool vanishes completely when he calls me from the tarmac at JFK Friday afternoon.
We just touched down, he tells me, and I can hear the anticipation in his voice, too. I'll be at the Park Place building within the hour. Be ready for me.
I've been ready all day, I tell him. And Nick, I'm not wearing any clothes.
Jesus, baby. His deep voice turns to roughened gravel. In that case, I'll be there in half the time.
I don't want to consider how he actually manages to cross the city so quickly, But, true to his word, Nick is standing outside the 5th-floor apartment door in record time. I make good on my promise, too, opening the door to him naked and utterly shameless. He steps inside, looking urbane and handsome in his dark gray suit and white business shirt. His attire may be boardroom sophisticated, but the look in his stormy blue eyes is pure animal. "Hi," I say, smiling up at him. "What took you so long?" His answer is something close to a growl. He drops his leather bag on the foyer floor and kicks the door closed behind him. As soon as he's all the way inside, I lose all patience for my game. I just need him. I launch myself at him and he catches me in his arms, holding me aloft as I wrap my bare legs around him and attack his mouth in a desperate kiss. He carries me like this, kissing me with equal ferocity as he effortlessly navigates the hallways of the apartment, bringing me into the guest bedroom where I've been staying since I began living in Claire's place. Nick's hands are firm under my ass, his expensive suit soft and silky against my bare breasts and torso. He is strong and protective and utterly in control, yet I can feel his measured discipline burning away under the fever of our joined mouths. His eyes are turbulent with passion when he finally tears his lips away from mine. "I can't go slow right now." "Don't," I say, as much a command as it is a plea. I moan with the force of everything I'm feeling. "Nick, I need—" "I know, baby. Me too." Tossing me onto the mattress, he quickly strips out of his clothing. Then, gloriously naked, he steps toward the bed where I watch him, reclined on my back and levered up on my elbows. He looks so beautiful, so magnificently male. It makes my mouth water and my sex clench hard and wet with desire. After a week without seeing him, now I gorge my senses on the sight of his muscled body and smooth, sun-tanned skin. I know every inch of his powerful physique. I have traced each honed plain and valley, memorized the taste and texture of every delicious inch. His clean, spicy scent is imprinted deep within me, so much so that just the faintest inhalation now rings a whimper of unabashed need from my lips. He doesn't make me wait a second longer, thank God. Retrieving a condom from the box I now keep in the nightstand beside the bed, he takes the packet between his teeth and climbs on top of me, straddling my hips. His erection juts high and proud and immense from the dark thatch at his groin. He is virile and gorgeous, and right now, he belongs solely to me. "This time, let me do that," I tell him when he starts to open the condom. He hands it over, and I reach out to roll the protection over his length. My fingers slide down his thick-veined shaft with the condom, and I can't resist cupping the heavy sack beneath. My touch draws a moan from his lips and a shudder of pleasure from his body. I love that I have this effect on him. I love that he makes me believe he is as wild for me as I am for him. I love so much about this man. I glance up to his face and find him staring at me, staring through me, as he's managed to do from the moment we first laid eyes on each other. Can he see what he means to me? Can he possibly know how hopelessly I'm falling for him? "Lie back," he commands me, his voice gruff. When I obey, he draws back from me, positioning himself between my legs and parting me wide. I'm already soaked and ready for him, but he bends to kiss my sex as if it's a temptation too strong to resist. He strokes me with his tongue, penetrates me, sucks at my clit in a deep, urgent rhythm that has me writhing beneath his mouth. Just when I think I can't bear another second of pleasure and torment, he releases me and guides his cock to the slick opening of my body. I cry out as he enters me, my sheath gripping him tightly as he pushes inside, plunging to the root in one delicious thrust. I gasp his name, and then I am lost, overcome by sensation as our bodies crash together in a desperate, almost violent tempo. All the weeks we've been apart, the hours of longing, are obliterated by the intensity of our joining now. I've missed him, missed this fierce intimacy that connects us. Nick's hot gaze holds mine as we rock and claw and strain together, both of us surrendered to the enormity of our hunger for each other. I let go first, unable to stop the massive wave of pleasure as it rolls up on me. Moaning under the force of it, I spiral over the edge in a shattering orgasm. Nick's control is stronger than mine, but I can see in the savage beauty of his face that he's losing the battle too. A ragged shout boils out of him, and he drives into me again and again, each thrust harder, deeper, until the pressure is too great, even for him. He comes on a wordless roar, a sound that's raw and unhinged, beyond erotic. "Fuck, I needed that," he utters hoarsely against the side of my neck as we lie there together, our bodies still connected. He lifts his head, frowning as our gazes meet and hold. "I needed you, Avery." Whether he means it as an accusation or admission, I can't be sure. You have me. It's the truth, and I can't deny it from him. Not even when all of the warnings I've been given about getting too close to him clamor in my head like alarms. I reach out and caress the rigid slope of his cheek. There's nowhere else I want to be. His frown deepens in his answering silence, but his gaze does not break mine, and for the briefest second, I see what he cannot, or will not, put into words. I matter to him. I've gotten inside. If only for this moment, I've slipped through his forbidding walls. But then he blinks, and those emotional shutters of his fall back into place as firmly as an iron gate. He rolls off me, out of my reach. "Stay here," he says, removing the spent condom as he gets out of bed. I watch him walk into the adjoining bathroom, trying not to feel abandoned to my feelings and the swiftly cooling sheets. After disposing of the condom, he walks out of the bedroom, back toward the living area of the apartment. He returns a moment later, holding something behind his back. I sit up near the edge of the bed, folding my legs beneath me. "What are you doing?" Naturally, he doesn't tell me. "Close your eyes," he says as he approaches. "Nick." "Close them." I obey on a huffed, impatient sigh. "Now hold your hands out in front of you, palms up." I comply, waiting to feel him place something in my hands. But he doesn't. Instead, he wraps a length of something sleek and cold around my wrists. I gasp at the sensation, my mind working to process what I'm feeling. Small, cool spheres press against my skin in a long strand, clicking softly as they are wrapped and twined around my crossed wrists. "Beads?" Nick doesn't answer, remaining maddeningly silent. He continues to bind my hands together. The bond is tight, but not so much that I couldn't break free if I wanted, and the cool beads have now begun to warm from my body's own heat. "You can open your eyes now." My lids lift, and I glance from his hooded gaze to the gleaming strand of pearls that are wound no less than 6 times around my wrists. I don't have to ask if they're real. This is Nick, after all. But even with my limited first-hand experience with fine things, I can tell the creamy pearls are authentic and must have cost a small fortune. "A little something I picked up for you in London." You can't be serious. And yet he is. His expression is enigmatic, but his eyes study me intently. "I hope you like them." Like them? I'm wearing easily multiple tens of thousands of dollars worth of gemstones, as casually as if they're the rope line off the Icarus. They're incredible, Nick. They're too much. As soon as I saw them, I knew I wanted to see them on your naked skin. His smile is decadent. And now that I have, I can think of several other interesting ways I'd like to see you wearing them. Just the suggestion sends a rush of heat to my core. You're crazy. I shake my head, overwhelmed by his gift and the fact that he would lavish this kind of luxury on me.
I don't think I can accept. Yes, Avery, you can. And you will, because it pleases me to see them on you.
He reaches out, gathering my face in his hands. Leaning toward me, he takes my mouth in a slow, searing kiss. I melt into him, helpless to do anything but bend to his will now. As I shift on the bed to meet his possessive kiss, the pearls slide against one another. The thought of damaging the gems is almost too much for me to take. I'm afraid they'll break.
They won't.
He smooths a strand of loose hair from my face.
So long as you're honest with me and with yourself, these pearls are stronger than any rope. They're stronger than steel. Like trust, Avery. The only way they'll break is if you pull away from me.
Trust. Honesty. Two things I've never been able to give another man. Not to anyone in a very long time. Nick has my trust. He has my honesty, too. At least when it comes to the passion we share. The obsession we both feel for each other is real. I've never been more honest about something in my life. In bed with him, I have no barriers, and I want it all. I want to give him everything, too. I won't let myself think about all of the things I can never have with him. Not now, when I'm one shaky breath away from weeping with the force of everything I feel for this darkly compelling man. He joins me on the bed and kisses me again, easing me back onto the mattress with him. My bound hands rest on my stomach, and it's all I can do not to reach for him as he lavishes my belly and breasts with a trail of hot kisses and fiery licks of his tongue. I'm shivering with need and anticipating the many clever ways I know he'll have me at his mercy now. I can do nothing but submit as he takes hold of my bound hands and guides my arms over my head. His fingers trace slowly down my sides, raising goosebumps in their wake and wringing a shaky sigh from my lips. He claims my mouth with renewed ferocity, while his fingers skim between my thighs. My cleft is soaked with my own juices, still hypersensitive and swollen from before. Nick delves inside me, at the same time thrusting his tongue deep into my mouth to stroke and spar with mine. We kiss as if we haven't just had each other moments ago, as if we will never get enough. Nick strokes my sex, rubbing my clit with his thumb and sinking his fingers deep into my sheath. I moan, feeling my body contract around him, greedy for more. As I arch and writhe in time with his thrusting fingers, he plunders my mouth with urgent, bone-melting kisses. I don't notice that he's withdrawn his fingers from within me until I feel him turning my hips in his strong hands, guiding my lower body onto its side. Then his touch glides slickly over my anus. I tense at the first stroke of pressure, pulling against my bonds. It's unexpected, but then so is the jolt of excitement that arrows through me as Nick's fingertip rims me, pushing in a testing rhythm against my tightness. I open my eyes and find him staring down at me. He says nothing, but his gaze doesn't leave mine for a moment as he strokes me more intimately than ever, touching me in ways I've never wanted anyone to before him, and never knew I could crave so fiercely. His thumb on my clit is making me wild with need, and the slick finger toying with my ass is enough to push me to the razor's edge of madness. I bite my lip at the delicious pressure of his touch as he gently penetrates me. My pussy is drenched, coating his fingers and the tight hole of my anus as his digit thrusts inside. The intensity of my arousal and my need for release is too much. When combined with the restraints that trap my hands and prevent me from touching Nick, the depth of my need is almost unbearable. I moan and writhe, mindful of my bindings, yet desperate to come. "I know, baby," he murmurs against my parted lips. "I'm going to give you what you need." He pivots to reach for a condom, his fingers never leaving me, never slowing their sensual assault. Holding the packet one-handed, tearing it open with his teeth, he deftly rolls it onto his erection, then pivots back to me. On your knees, beautiful. He withdraws from me only long enough to help me flip onto my stomach. As soon as I do, he gives my ass a playful smack. The broad head of his cock slides through my folds. Then, with a powerful thrust, he cleaves deep. I cry out at the pleasure of him, my sex gripping him tightly, already rippling in waves of mounting release as he pistons behind me. My orgasm roils, sweeping me up swiftly. And then, as if he understands what will push me over the steepest ledge, Nick draws his finger through our wetness and finds my anus again. He pushes inside, his finger penetrating my ass as his cock surges to an even stronger presence within the pulsating walls of my sex. Oh God, Nick! A hard groan erupts out of him. I know, baby. Feels so fucking good. Yes, I'm panting now, about to shatter. Let it go, he urges me. Let it go, baby, I've got you. I come on a keening cry, shameless and raw. Pleasure swamps me, drowns me. I succumb without a fight. I let the ecstasy sweep me away, trusting I can because Nick's hold on me is firm and steady, my safe mooring, no matter where he takes me. I've never felt so free, so protected, so thoroughly possessed. I've never felt so intimately connected to someone. And when his own release starts to crest and he clutches me tightly against the heat and strength of his body, I don't know how I'm ever going to learn to live without this kind of passion and connection in my life. I don't know how I will ever learn to live without him.
Chapter 35. Any more pad ki mao left over there? I gesture with a chopstick to one of the half-dozen Thai takeout containers, sitting on a large tray at the end of the bed. Nick grins. The lady has an appetite. The lady had quite a workout. His dark brows arch. Ready for another round? I laugh, but I have no doubt he's serious. You're completely insatiable, aren't you? Yes. I thought that was one of the things you like about me. Utterly shameless, too, I add, smiling as I pop my last bite of sauce-slathered noodles into my mouth. Holding up my near-empty plate, I indicate our decimated food supply with another jab of my chopstick. More, please. He leans over to kiss me. Baby, more is one thing you never need to ask for with me. We're both seated on the bed naked, or partially naked in my case. I'm wearing the string of pearls again, although in a more traditional manner now, looped twice around my neck. The long strand falls over my breasts and down my belly, pooling in the V of my crossed legs. Each slide of the silky gems over my nipples or against my nude sex is a decadent reminder of the hours of pleasure I've shared with Nick tonight. We've hardly left the bedroom since he arrived hours ago. When our stomachs started complaining, we finally showered and called for food delivery, neither of us interested in getting dressed to go out, when we could extend our naked reunion into a likely all-nighter. As I watch him stretch to grab one of the food containers off the tray, my body stirs all over again in lustful appreciation for this gorgeous, intriguing, endlessly seductive man who feeds every hunger I have. When Nick pivots back toward me to spoon the last of the drunken noodles onto my plate, his gaze catches mine. He pauses, tilting his head. What? I just remembered we were supposed to celebrate your London deal when you got home. Isn't that what we just did? He empties the container, then sets it back on the tray, licking his fingers. I think this should be the new standard for celebrations. You, me, hours of uninterrupted sex, a week's worth of takeout for the lady and her alarmingly massive appetite afterward. Oh! I gape in venomless rage, setting my plate down so I can lunge for him. My massive appetite? You ate just as much as me, you bastard.
Chuckling, he takes me down with him, my body sprawled across the front of him on the mattress. I hardly even care that we've upset the tray at the end of the bed. I'll worry about a little spilled rice later. Right now, the only thing that matters to me is the firm warmth of Nick's body beneath mine, his mouth hot and consuming, as we fall into a slow, sensual kiss. His cock presses thick and steely against my abdomen. I'm already wildly turned on and aching for him, and the erotic feel of the string of pearls crushed between us makes my desire ratchet even higher. With some effort, I draw back from his kiss. Just for that smart-ass remark, I shouldn't tell you that I have a bottle of champagne in the refrigerator. I was saving it for when you got back, but now I'm not sure you deserve it. He smirks at me. That's not what you would have said earlier tonight. How many times do I have to make you come? I shrug, pretending to consider. At least once more. Twice, if you really want to impress me. He laughs, his eyes dark with erotic promise. I always strive to impress, Ms. Ross. As if to demonstrate, his hands drift from my ass to the crevice of my body. He strokes my cleft, plunging 2 fingers inside my sex without warning. I arch into his intimate touch, a sigh hissing through my parted lips. Nick, He withdraws much too soon for my liking, giving me a light spank. Let's go get that champagne I'm going to earn. We head out of the bedroom together, me and my pearls and nothing else, and Nick looking godlike as he strides into the living room, where my easel is set up atop a blanket of paint-speckled sheets. My newly finished painting is still on the stand, but covered with a cloth drape. I pause at the threshold of the kitchen as he approaches the piece. What are you working on? Oh, nothing, really. Just playing around, trying something different. He turns a curious look on me. May I? No. I shake my head, worried he won't like it. I'm terrified he'll think this new piece is just as awful as my others, or worse, that it will negate even the small amount of talent he claims to see in me. I'm not ready to show it to anyone, Nick. Least of all him, since he was the reason I painted it in the first place. You don't trust me? I drift over to where he stands, subtly inserting myself between him and my easel. I'm not ready. I don't think he can possibly understand how many ways that statement is true. I'm not ready to show him my new work. I'm not ready for his criticism or his praise. And I'm not ready for the way I feel toward him. The way he makes me want so many things I can't possibly have. Not with him, not with anyone. If we don't have trust, Avery, we don't have anything. Haven't we covered that? He reaches for me, taking hold of the pearls that dangle between my breasts. He winds them around his fist, the tension drawing me inexorably toward him. I can no more fight his pull now than I could any other time we've been together. I take a step, then another, until his pearl-wrapped fist is the only thing between us. His eyes search mine. I can see the demand in those deep blue depths, the challenge. This is no longer about my painting, we both know it. And I can see from the rigid determination in Nick's handsome, hard face that he will not be denied. Not this time. I want to see every part of you, Avery. That's the only way this is going to work between us. No fear, no hiding, no barriers, remember? Nick, I shake my head miserably. My throat is dry, clogged with all of the words I cannot say. Things he should know about me and my past. Things that are far more shameful than any of the half-truths I've fed him about my life since I've come to New York. Please don't, I murmur thickly. I can't. I watch something dim, then darken in his piercing gaze. The mouth that has kissed me so tenderly, worshipped me so pleasurably today, and every other time we've been together, now hardens in a stern line. Nick, I know you don't understand why. Then tell me. Clipped words, a harsh command that hits me like a slap. Make me understand what you're afraid of.
Is it me? Have I hurt you, Avery? Have I frightened you?
No, never. It kills me that he would think that. It breaks my heart to see him trying to make sense of my withdrawal. You've never done anything wrong, Nick.
Then why are you pulling back from me? His voice sharpens. What are you hiding from? Who are you hiding from? Damn it, Avery. What won't you say?
I shake my head. My voice has left me entirely now. He doesn't say anything either, his expression unreadable, shuddered to me. He lets go of the pearls and lets the strand drop. It sways against my bare torso, the heat from his hand swiftly fleeing the gems. He steps back, and his distance creates an even bigger chill in me. I shiver from the coldness I feel opening up between us, and from the impenetrable ice of his gaze. As we stand there, locked in our miserable impasse, the apartment intercom buzzes with a call from the lobby. The sound punctuates the tension between us, making our unbearable distance widen with each passing second. For a long moment, neither one of us moves. Nick is the first to break the awful silence.
Go find out what Manny wants.
He strides away, back into the bedroom, leaving me alone and naked, racked with an uncontrollable shudder. With emotion dammed up in my throat, I pad over to the intercom and answer the doorman's call. Yes, Manny? My voice is shockingly steady. Then again, I was trained a long time ago how to act as if my world isn't crumbling all around me. Miss Avery, one of your friends is down here. She says she needs to talk to you. The announcement is so unexpected, it takes me a second to answer. Who is it? Tasha Lopez, ma'am. Confusion burns through my haze of despair. It's Friday night, just past 9 o'clock. Tasha should be at Vendange. She's here? In the building? Yes, ma'am. Manny lowers his voice discreetly. And if you don't mind me saying, she seems very upset. Shall I put her on the phone? As much as my heart aches for what I've likely lost tonight with Nick, my concern for Tasha has me snapping to attention. No, don't put her on the phone. Tell her I'll be right down. When I pivot to hurry to the bedroom for some clothing, Nick is standing behind me, dressed in his dark suit pants and buttoning his white shirt.
What's going on?
I don't know. Tasha's downstairs. Manny says she's upset. I duck past him to get dressed, my heart caught in my throat for the fact that Nick doesn't even try to stop me, and my stomach twisting with worry for my friend. Chapter 36. I don't expect Nick to follow me, but he steps into the elevator with me a few moments later, each of us taking up opposite corners of the car as it descends silently to the ground floor. Tasha is waiting in the empty lobby, seated on one of the white leather and chrome chairs near the main entrance. Dressed in her black pants, deep V-shirt, and heels, she looks like any other chic Manhattanite who might step into this building on a Friday night. But as she spots me approaching and vaults from the chair, I see the stress in her face immediately. Her mouth is drawn, deep lines bracketing her lips. Her normally sparkling brown eyes are puffy and bloodshot, as if she's been crying recently. As soon as I realize her distress, I break into a panicked jog to reach her. Tasha, honey, what's wrong? She throws her arms around me, just as a jagged sob rips from her throat. I didn't know what to do, Avery. I didn't know where else to go. It's okay, I soothe, but I feel her trembling against me. You're all right. You're safe. Just tell me what's going on. Joel. She chokes his name like a curse, and my blood runs a little cold. He tried to... She lifts her head, and I am stricken by the true fear I see in my friend's face. He said if I wanted to keep my job, I'd have to... She doesn't finish, her words cut off by fresh tears. That son of a bitch. Fury erupts from somewhere deep inside me, as bitter as acid. I am stricken by the thought of anyone hurting my friend, especially someone like Joel. I pull her out of my embrace, holding her at arm's length so I can clearly see her face. Tasha, did he touch you? She shakes her head. No, I ran out of there before he had the chance. I just grabbed my purse and I ran. I didn't know what else to do.
Who's Joel? Nick's deep voice is a dark demand beside me. When I swivel my head to look at him, I am met with a stormy blue gaze that is a mere shade away from violent. He's heard everything Tasha said, and his reaction seems as visceral as mine. Joel's the manager at Vendange, a restaurant over on Madison. He nods tightly, disapprovingly, but he remains silent as Tasha launches into the details of what occurred.
I was straightening out an order that Kimmy fucked up, and Joel comes over to me, telling me I've got customers waiting to cash out. I lost it. I told him they wouldn't be waiting if it wasn't for his useless girlfriend making extra work for me. I guess I finally had enough of his overbearing bullshit, you know? I didn't think anything would come of it, but he was pissed. When I went to the storage room a little while later, he followed me inside. He locked the door. She swallows hard, then blows out a sharp sigh. He told me if I wanted to keep my job, I would have to make it up to him somehow. And that I could start right then and there.
Jesus Christ, Nick mutters. My own outrage is on full boil, too. I never had much regard for Joel and his oily tactics, but what he's done to Tasha tonight is beyond disgusting. What about Tony? Does he know this happened?
No! Her eyes go wide with alarm. Are you kidding? I didn't dare tell him. You know my husband. He'll want to kill Joel for even thinking of touching me.
She's right about that, I have no doubt. Tony's devotion to his wife is immutable. If he saw her like this, tearful and trembling, he'd put Joel either in the hospital or a body bag. Based on the undercurrent of menace I feel radiating off Nick, I have to wonder if he's struggling with the same impulse. Tasha sniffles and wipes her tear-streaked face.
I'm sorry to put this on you, Ave. It's not your problem. I just didn't know where else to go.
It's okay, I reassure her. You're my best friend. Of course this is my problem, too. She shakes her head.
What am I going to do? I can't go back there now. I won't. I'd rather flip burgers at a damn fast food chain than go back and grovel for my job with Joel.
I'm not about to let either of those things happen to her. You're absolutely not going back to work for Joel, I tell her sternly. We'll figure this out, honey. But right now, I need you to get home. And you need to tell Tony what happened. She nods weakly. Okay. Come on, my purse is upstairs. Let me grab it and we can go catch the subway. We turn to head for the elevators. Nick stands in my way. I'll drive you where you need to go. Considering we left the apartment barely speaking to each other, I'm sure taking Tasha and me to Queens is the last thing he feels like doing. I'm not too enthused by the idea either. It hurts just to look at him now, and I feel the distance growing between us. I really don't want to prolong my own torture by sitting beside him in his car, knowing he's only helping out of obligation. We'll be fine, Nick. You don't have to. I'll drive, he repeats, his tone as firm as his stare. Get your things, Avery. I'll wait for you down here. Nick is on his cell phone when we return to the lobby a few minutes later. While upstairs, Tasha fixed her mascara, and I hastily threw my hair into a ponytail before grabbing my purse and heading back down to meet him. We step off the elevator, and for a brief second, I am transported to the first night I saw him in this same lobby. His stare still seems to look right through me. He still unsettles me, makes me achingly aware of myself as a woman and of him as a man. I want to rush over to him now. I want to feel his arms wrap around me and hear him tell me in that sensual, deep voice of his that everything is okay between us. I need to know that, even though I don't deserve those reassurances. All Nick has asked for me is honesty, trust. Today he understands, perhaps for the first time, that I am incapable of giving him either one. I didn't ask if the deal was going to be easy, he says to the person on the end of the line, glancing up as Tasha and I approach. Just do what you have to and make it happen, Beck. His tone is curt, final. I can't help feeling sorry for whomever he's speaking to, since I'm all but certain Nick's impatience is spurred by his irritation with me. He slides his phone into his pants pocket. He glances at Tasha in brief concern, then his gaze slides to me, unblinking. For the first time since we met, I don't feel heat when Nick is looking at me. I feel chill remoteness. I feel anger, although he's too polished a negotiator to truly let his emotion show. But I've come to know him too well, too intimately, for him to hide it from me. All set? He asks, his tone flat, all business. We take the elevator down to the garage where his BMW is parked, then proceed to make the drive to Queens in a strained silence. At Tasha's house, we're met with confusion and concern and the predicted outrage from her husband upon hearing the reason for his wife's early return from work. Nick and I hang back to let Tasha explain the situation to her family, her mother-in-law, who comes out with a basket of clean laundry under her arm, and Tony, who's working on construction invoices at the kitchen table when we arrive. Although Tasha held it together on the ride to Queens, now that she's safe at home, her voice wavers as she relays what happened at Vendange. That motherfucker, Tony grates out furiously. That fucking son of a bitch! It's okay, Tasha reassures him through her tears. He didn't touch me. I didn't give him the chance. I just got out of there as fast as I could. He's obviously still fuming with violent rage, but he tenderly gathers his wife into his arms and holds her close. I don't doubt that the only thing keeping the big man from getting into his truck and racing back to the city to kick Joel's ass is his more immediate worry for Tasha. Good girl. You did the right thing, babe. You forget about that asshole, all right? You're done there, and it's over. You're safe now. He kisses the top of her head as Tasha buries her face in his broad chest and clings to him. As for that cocksucker back at Vendange, he better hope I never see his face anywhere or I'm gonna fucking break it. Tasha looks up at him, smiling through her tears. I love you too, babe. He lowers his head and kisses her, as sweet a kiss as I've ever seen them share. I have to will myself not to look at Nick as I glance away from Tasha and Tony to give them their moment. I know if I meet Nick's eyes now, my misery is going to be written plainly in my face. I miss him, as if we're not even in the same room now. I miss him as if the space that's opened up between us earlier tonight is becoming impossible to cross. In the awkward quietness that's settled over us all, Tony's mother clears her throat. Why don't I make everyone some tea? Without waiting for our answers, she shuffles over to the stove and busies herself with putting on a pot of water. Nick holds his hand out to Tony. I'm Nick, by the way. Oh, sure, right. Good to meet ya. Tony nods vigorously as the two men shake hands. I figured you were Avery's new boyfriend when I saw that sweet M6 you drove up in. I immediately feel awkward, both for the reference to Nick belonging in any way to me and because I didn't think to make introductions. Neither of the men seem to notice or care. Can I get you a beer, Nick? No, Tasha and I both say in unison. Then, just like that, all of the stress and tension from Tasha's ordeal tonight is lifted as she and I look at each other and burst into laughter. No beer for Nick, Tony, she admonishes her husband. Nick glances between us and his eager host. I subtly shake my head at him in warning, but all it earns me is a questioning look. Actually, I'd love a beer. Tony grabs a couple of home brews from the refrigerator while his mother serves tea to Tasha and me. The older woman doesn't join us at the kitchen table, instead bids us all good night and takes her laundry off to another room. Nick takes a seat across from me. With a murmured thanks, he accepts his opened beer from Tony, who drops into the chair at the head of the table for 6, next to his wife. You doing okay, babe?
She nods. Better, now that I'm home. Nick lifts his bottle to take a drink, but pauses when his phone chimes with an incoming call. Saved by the bell. He glances at the screen. Will you all excuse me? I need to take this. He steps out of the kitchen to speak privately, and I'm half tempted to knock his full bottle of beer off the table while he's gone, if only to spare him from actually tasting it. Tasha nudges me after Nick's out of earshot. What's going on with you two? I can't tell if I'm feeling massive sexual energy or a cold war brewing between you guys. I let loose a defeated sigh. Some of both. I think I'm messing things up with him, Tasha. Well, cut it out. He's really into you, in case you haven't noticed. You think so? Even now? She rolls her eyes. Duh. Every time he looks your way, I can feel the air crackle with heat. Tony tugs one of her brown curls. Kinda like us, eh, babe? This time, Tasha doesn't come back at him with a smart-ass quip or a dramatic eye roll. Turning to her husband, she tenderly strokes his cheek. Yeah, baby, just like us. Nick walks back into the room as they share a sweet kiss. Sorry about that. He slips the phone into his pocket. A business matter I needed to tend to. Tony grins at him. You buy another hotel over in London or Dubai or something? Tony! Tasha smacks his biceps. That's none of your business. It's all right, Nick says. Nothing like that this time. Something more local. I eye him, picking up on his cagey answer, and I know him too well to miss the faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He clears his throat as he sits back down at the table. So, did you like working at Vendange, Tasha? Yeah. She glances at him and shrugs. I mean, I wasn't doing rocket science there or anything, but it was enjoyable enough. The place is always busy, and I enjoy doing lots of different things there. Tending bar and looking after inventory, training other employees on the computer and the menus. So, yeah, I liked it. Nick contemplates her. Sounds like you know what you're doing. Tony grins, pulling Tasha affectionately under his arm. You kidding me? My girl right here is smart as fuck, Nick. She knows that restaurant inside and out. She could run the damn place. Practically does already. Ain't that right, Avery? I nod, feeling the weight of Nick's gaze slide toward me now. Tasha's amazing. She's driven, hardworking. She can do anything she sets her mind to. The customers love her, too. Well, listen, you guys, she says. I appreciate this love fest and all, but none of it matters because I'm never going back to Vendange. Not if I have to get within 100 yards of Joel. Tony grunts. Damn right you're not. We'll get by for a while until you find something else, babe. I don't want you worrying about it, all right? What if Joel wasn't there? All three of us look at Nick, confused. What do you mean? Tasha asks. Like if I press charges or something? Get him arrested and have his ass fired? It's up to you if you want to press charges. Nick's tone is even, but there is something cryptic in his expression. If he was gone from Vendange for good, would you want to work there? Yeah, of course. How would you like to manage it? I gape at him, frowning. Nick, what are you saying? I'm saying as of tomorrow morning, Vendange is under new management. Mine. What? I can't believe what I'm hearing. But how and when did this happen? I spoke to my lawyer about it before we left Manhattan. Of course. The curt conversation about a deal Nick wanted handled. This is what it was about? He glances to Tasha. If you're interested, my attorney, Andrew Beckman, will meet you at the restaurant tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. to go over some paperwork. What about Joel? I ask. Beck has already informed him that the restaurant has a new owner and that his services are no longer required. Joel was escorted off the premises a few minutes ago. That was the call you just took? I'm incredulous and not a little impressed. You just made all of this happen in a matter of a couple hours? Nick nods, as if buying businesses on a whim and making a clean sweep of their toxic assets is something he does every day. Which, yeah, of course, it probably is. Tasha seems even more astonished than I am. I can't believe you did this. I can't believe you're offering me this chance. Are you seriously offering me the job?
Very serious. Vendange is a thriving business from what I've gathered tonight. I think, with better management, it could be a very lucrative investment for everyone involved.
He holds his hand out to her.
So what do you say? Are you in?
She beams at him, nodding enthusiastically as they shake hands across the table. I'm in. Tony tilts his bottle toward Nick.
Well, hell, I'll drink to that.
Chapter 37.
I can't believe you drank Tony's homemade beer.
I brave a glance at Nick from the passenger seat of his car, looking for some way to break the ice between us. We only left Tasha's house 10 minutes ago, but it feels like days because Nick has barely spoken to me.
One sip of that awful homebrew was enough for me the day I tried it. But you actually drank the whole bottle.
He shrugs, slanting me a brief look.
Not a fan of hops soaked in old gym socks, I take it.
A laugh bursts out of me.
I know, right? God, it was terrible. You really didn't have to drink it, you know. No, but if I hadn't, I would have insulted my host.
Another shrug, but this one is accompanied by one of his crooked, boyish smiles that makes my insides melt.
I'll survive. For the record, I've been offered worse in the name of hospitality.
Really?
I can't imagine.
He grunts in acknowledgement.
Did you know there's a beer in Japan that's made with milk?
Repulsed, I wrinkle my nose. No, I did not know that.
I wish I could say the same. Do yourself a favor and stay away from it.
My mouth curves wryly. I'll be sure to do that. I relax into my seat as Nick navigates the BMW into the fast lane and speeds ahead of the other cars. I'm nursing a small glimmer of relief as I watch him drive. Maybe we can end the evening on a lighter mood than it began. I hope so. I'm praying I still have a chance to build a bridge across the crevice I dug between us back at the apartment. The kindness he showed my friends tonight seems like a promising start. Thank you for being here with me, Nick. And for what you're doing for Tasha, too. I mean, buying Vendange, getting rid of Joel, that's an incredibly generous thing for you to do. You're a good man.
No, Avery, I'm not a good man.
He's quiet for a moment. Then he glances at me, his expression unreadable in the dim light of the dashboard.
What I am is a good businessman. The restaurant is a solid investment. If Tasha is as competent as you and Tony believe, then hiring her to manage the place only seems sensible.
I nod, but inside I'm deflated. Well, you made a good decision where she's concerned. Tasha won't let you down. Unlike me, I can't help thinking, as the silence between us stretches long again. I gaze out the car window, seeing none of the zooming traffic or the glow of the city that surrounds us. I see sunny blue skies and miles of crystalline water. I see Nick smiling at me on the deck of the Icarus, looking at me with the same kind of insatiable hunger that I have for him. I see the long strand of creamy pearls coiled around my wrists, while he shows me pleasures I never dared dream I could want. Trust, he told me, as he presented his extravagant gift to me. Honesty. The only way they'll break is if you pull away from me. Nick's words are still echoing in my mind after we make the rest of the drive into Manhattan. We ride up the elevator together, not to the penthouse, but to the 5th floor. He steps out with me and walks me to the apartment, hanging behind me as I fumble the key into the lock. My hands are not cooperating, probably because of the mist of tears threatening to fill my eyes. I flinch when Nick's large hand closes over my fingers, warm and strong.
Here, I've got it.
Reaching around me, he opens the door, but neither of us makes a move to go inside. Nick, I murmur, uncertain what I mean to say to him. There is so much I want him to know right now, but the words all jam in my tightening throat. I'm sorry. I'm scared. I'm sick with the thought that we might be over. If not here and now, then very soon. When Claire comes home, and I have to tell Nick that I'm homeless, jobless, a liar who strung him along this whole time, pretending I belonged in his world. And I'm damaged, not only from my stepfather's abuse, but from the violent aftermath of that horrific, explosive night 9 years ago. The consequences of those final hours he was alive will stay with me forever, even if my mother finally does get her freedom one day. My shame and my secret are scars I'll never lose. Nick needs to know that I'm a coward. This is the confession I truly need to give him. It's the only one I might be able to make him understand. Nick, I say again, my voice a threadbare whisper as I turn around to face him in the threshold. His eyes burn into me, unblinking, expectant. It's a struggle to hold his gaze, but I force myself not to look away. Nick, I've been basically on my own since I was 16 years old. It's not easy for me to trust. It's not easy for me to let someone in. What happened when you were 16? His eyes hold me, both tender and demanding. Tell me. I swallow, wishing I could glance away, but his gaze won't release me. Why were you on your own that young? I watch a tendon pulse in his jaw as he speaks. I've seen him haunted before, and it's there in his eyes again. Shadows that shield whatever torment he's been made to endure. Dark, private secrets he guards as well. Maybe as well as I guard my own. You're asking me to tell you something I've never told anyone before, Nick. I shake my head, feeling a slip back to where we started earlier tonight. You're asking me to tell you something that can't be taken back. A scowl furrows his brow, and that tendon that was pulsing before now begins to throb under the hard clench of his jaw. I'm not here to hurt you. I'll keep you safe, Avery. But he can't. No one can. My mother did her best to keep me safe, and it cost her dearly. I can't drag Nick into my past. At first, I couldn't allow it because I didn't know him, didn't trust him. Now, I can't let him in because I care too much. I'm falling in love with him, and he's asking me to tell him the one thing that could shatter that to pieces. I cut away from his penetrating stare. It's too painful to see his displeasure, the cool, emotional retreat, settle over his handsome face. I've got business matters to handle in the morning, he announces crisply. If you want to continue this conversation, text or call me and let me know. I want to give you time, Avery, but I'm not a patient man. I nod, but inside my heart is twisting painfully. When I speak, my voice sounds choked and small. I don't want this to be goodbye, Nick. Then don't let it be. I'm giving you the choice. I understand how much this offer is costing him. Dominic Bain is not a man who surrenders control to anyone, yet he's handing it over to me. I want to accept it as the gift I know it to be, but my fear keeps me silent. Instead, I reach up tentative to caress his cheek. He lets me touch him, a small concession that I latch onto like a lifeline. He's disappointed with me, even angry, but our physical connection isn't broken. Not yet, anyway. Not unless I am willing to throw it away. It's the last thing I want to do, but he's asking me for the one thing I cannot give him. Not now, not ever. He stands stock still, his expression guarded, schooled to a dangerous calm as I trace my fingers over the dark shadow of his jaw. Then he draws back, out of my reach, and places the apartment key in my hand. Good night, Avery. Chapter 38. After a restless night without much sleep, and half the morning spent drifting around the apartment like a boat cut away from its anchor, I'm relieved to get a text from Tasha inviting me to swing by Vendange before the start of the lunch rush. Seeing my friend is just the medicine I need today. God knows, I need some kind of diversion from my thoughts and my own miserable company. Be there in 20. Great, she replies. Also, I totally adore your boyfriend. Don't tell him I said that. As I sign off, my smile is automatic, even if it hurts. Tasha's excitement and gratitude toward Nick give me a fresh stab of regret for just how badly I left things with him last night. I don't know how I'm going to fix the mess I've made. I'm not even certain that I can. If he can forgive that I've lied to him about my work and living situation all this time, I doubt he'll be as willing to overlook the rest of my secrets. Not when he can have any woman he wants. Women who don't come with my baggage and the complications they would bring to our lives. He doesn't need that kind of burden, and I can't ask him to bear it for me. 9 years ago, I put a monster in a box. I locked it up tight and threw away the key, and I can't open it, ever again, not even for Nick. God, especially not for him. He would never look at me the same again. No one would. Shoving the ghosts of my past back where they belong, I shower quickly, then pull my damp hair into a ponytail and brush on some mascara and lip gloss. It's so warm and sunny outside. My impulse is to slip into one of the summer dresses Nick bought for me in Miami. But today it doesn't feel right to touch any of the gifts he's given me. They don't belong to me. Not anymore, if they ever truly did. And wearing any of them now would only worsen the ache inside me. Instead, I toss on a pair of jeans and flats and top the outfit off with a breezy linen blouse. I grab my purse and cell phone, then catch the subway to Midtown. Tasha is at one of the tables on the main floor, going over schedules with a couple employees as I walk in. She waves, then says something to the crew before they all get up and go back to work. "Hey, girl." She hurries over and pulls me into a tight hug. "I'm so happy to see you." I return her smile, feeling genuinely pleased for her. "How's it going?" "Awesome." Her brown eyes are wide with enthusiasm and energy. Nick had his attorney call everyone in early this morning to tell them about the changes. They're all being really cool about the fact that I'm managing now. I don't think anyone's sorry to see Joel gone. I nod, taking in the busy but less harried vibe in the place today. And I can't help but notice that the dress code is already improved too. No more low-cut tops and high heels on any of the female servers. Like Tasha, the other women are dressed in black pants and tops, but with decidedly less cleavage on display. As we're talking, Kimmy comes out of the kitchen area carrying a crate of bar glasses, still steaming from the dishwasher. Her blonde hair is limp and drooping in her face as she schleps the heavy glassware to the bar and begins racking it up for the day's use. Tasha catches my amused look and shrugs. "I demoted her to kitchen runner. She might be the only one who'll have trouble adjusting to the new world order around here." I shake my head, unable to tame my smile. "You're bad." "Hey, I just want the work done right, and I'll be fair about it. I told Kimmy if she works hard and does a good job, I'll consider putting her back on the floor at some point." I laugh, feeling overwhelmed with joy for my friend. I have no doubt she's going to make Vendange an even bigger success. I'm glad this all worked out for you, Tasha. You deserve this. "I don't know if that's true, but I'm going to do my damnedest to make you proud." She grins. "I don't suppose I could talk you into coming back to Vendange, now that Joel is gone?" Probably not a good idea. I don't tell her that the new owner likely wouldn't clear me for hire anyway, especially since that Nick and I aren't on speaking terms. I appreciate the thought, but I'm sure you'll do fine without me. You know what's really amazing? I get to hire a night manager in a couple of months, after things smooth out. Not only do I have this great opportunity with better pay, but I'll get to spend more time at home with Zoe, too. She's beaming, practically glowing with happiness. "I owe all of this to you, Avery. Well, and to Nick, of course. Speaking of our favorite bazillionaire, where is he today? I don't know. I try not to sound as dejected as I feel, but I can't escape Tasha's narrowed gaze. Last night when he dropped me off, he said he had business to handle this morning. I haven't seen him. I'm not sure we're speaking at the moment. Oh, Ave. Her brow creases with a worried frown. What happened? Do you want to talk about it? I do, but at the same moment, I see a very attractive black man in a white dress shirt and tie and light gray slacks come out of Joel's former office with a tablet in hand. High cheekbones and close-trimmed hair and beard set off pale eyes and a lush mouth. Even though my heart and all the rest of me belongs to Nick, it's hard not to stare. Tasha glances back at him, following my arrested gaze. That's Andrew Beckman. Nick's attorney? Yep. Oh. She wiggles her brows at me. Yeah, oh is right. You haven't met him? Come on, let me introduce you. I start to protest, but it's too late. The young lawyer approaches us, his mouth curved in a polite smile. Mr. Beckman, this is my friend Avery Ross. His chin lifts slightly in acknowledgement as he extends his hand to me. Ms. Ross, nice to meet you. And please, both of you, call me Andrew, or Beck. I hear Mr. Beckman, and I get a little twitchy, expecting to see my dad in the room with me. I smile and shake his hand, feeling awkward and relaxed at the same time. It's obvious Nick has already mentioned me to him in some capacity, good or bad. At this moment, I don't know. Thankfully, Beck is too professional to point it out. The three of us chat for a few minutes about the restaurant and trivial things. Then Beck's phone chimes, and he excuses himself to take the call. I don't have to guess if it's Nick he's speaking to. Andrew Beckham may be an outstanding lawyer, but he's no match for my intuition. Just knowing Nick is on the other line now puts a knot of misery in my breast. I should go, I murmur. So soon? Tasha looks crestfallen. You just got here. I shrug lamely. I have some errands to run, and you need to get back to work, boss lady. She stares at me for a long moment, then pulls me into a quick hug. I don't believe you, but I'm gonna let you slide for now. You call me later. But first, you go tell that man you love him and that whatever is wrong, you want to work it out. Tasha, you don't understand. I don't understand what? That you're falling head over heels and are miserable without him? Or that you're too chicken shit to admit it? I glare at her, but damn it, she's right. On all counts. Look, she says, we've been friends for a while now. I know it's not easy for you to take advice, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Don't let this one get away. I'm not saying that because he's crazy rich and hot as sin besides. I'm saying it because last night I saw the way you two look at each other. Tasha. He needs you, Avery. Maybe he won't say the words to you either, but they're right there in his eyes. And you need him too. I purse my lips as she finishes. May I speak now? She gestures for me to go ahead. You're the best friend I've ever had, you know that? Thank you for caring about me. Not just now, but ever since I walked into this place, looking for work, and you made sure I got interviewed ahead of anyone else. I pulled her into a hug. I love you. I love you too, girl. She draws back, holding my upper arms and giving me a stern, maternal look. Now go tell him how you feel. One of the other employees calls for her from behind the bar, and I take the opportunity to edge toward the door. Call me afterward, she says. I mean it. I'm working until 11 tonight. I want to hear from you before I go home. I nod as I step out onto Madison Avenue. As I head toward Grand Central, under a cloudless blue sky, it seems as if years have passed since the last time I made this trek, not a handful of weeks. It's been almost 3.5 months since I first laid eyes on Dominic Bain in that lobby elevator. It's strange how different everything seems to me now. I used to feel as though this city and I were at constant odds with each other. I used to think New York sensed me as an interloper in its domain and wanted me gone. That each obstacle I met with since I moved here had been thrown into my path by some cosmic force, conspiring to defeat me at every turn. But it isn't the city or anything else blocking my way. It's me. Tasha is right. And isn't that what Nick has been trying to tell me too? Isn't that what he's been teaching me every time he touches me? Each time he shows me what I truly crave, but am too afraid to admit, let alone ask for? Last night, he knew how badly I wanted to let him in. He promised I could trust him. He is giving me the chance to reach for what I want most of all. Him. Us. My breath leaks out of me raggedly, my feet slow to a halt in the middle of the busy sidewalk. I can't do this. I can't shut him out. I can walk away. I hardly feel the bumps and jostles of the other pedestrians pushing past me as I dig in my purse for my cell phone. As I pull it out, I see the light is blinking with a new voice message. Maybe Nick heard I was in Vendange and tried to call me. I tap the icon, my heart throbbing in my chest. A man's recorded voice comes on, but it's not Nick. Ms. Ross, this is Walter Stadler. What would my mother's public defender want with me? Unless it's about my mother's parole board review. God, no. I brace myself to hear there's been another delay or some other wrench thrown into the already slow-moving cogs of justice. But it's not about my mom's parole. It's something much worse. I'm afraid there was an incident at the prison today. Your mother's been injured. She's in the infirmary, about to go in for surgery. Please call me as soon as possible. Chapter 39. I startle awake for what must be the 5th time, the beeping of medical monitors piercing my light doze. At first, I think I'm dreaming. I pray that I am. Even as I open my dry eyes and see the green walls of the Muncie State Prison Infirmary. But it's not a bad dream. After a dangerous fall down a flight of stairs during her morning work shift in the prison laundry, my mother is now only an hour out of surgery for multiple broken bones and a pierced lung. I am seated on a hard plastic chair, my arms folded under my head like a pillow on the lowered side rail of her hospital bed, while she rests on an oxygen tube and medically sedated. I try not to notice the handcuff that shackles her left arm, her only limb without any fractures, to the bed. The prisoner recovering from surgery across the room from my mom is also restrained to her bed. The door to the room is open. As I lift my head and blink away my exhaustion, the public defender quietly steps inside. "Is there any word from the doctor?" I ask him, sitting up to speak to him. Stadler nods. "I've just come from a meeting with him now. Surgery and a couple of titanium pins took care of her femur fracture, which was the worst of the breaks. The others should heal up in time. They'll be starting her on a physical therapy program as soon as her lung is recovered." A tear rolls down my face as I glance at her in the bed. I swipe my cheek, hating that she's here, knowing that she doesn't deserve this. None of it. "What does this mean for the parole board review?" Stadler runs a hand over his balding head. "The doctor wants her under observation until her lung is healed, which he said could be up to a week." "The parole meeting is in a few days," I remind him. "She's counting on it. She'll be devastated if that appointment doesn't happen." "I know she's going to be disappointed. We'd all like to see her plead her case for the board, Avery, and she will. Let's focus on getting your mother strong and back on her feet first. We can reapply with the parole review board once Brenda is ready." I want to scream at him that she's ready now. My mother would wheel herself to the meeting in this hospital bed if she were given the chance. Hell, I would roll her in there too, assuming she'd permit me anywhere near the judicial system to try to help win her freedom. She likely won't be happy to know I'm here now either. She's been protective of me all my life, but even more so after she realized what her second husband had done to me. She sacrificed everything to keep me safe, to keep me shielded from any pain. It breaks my heart that there is so little I can do for her now. Stadler checks his watch and awkwardly clears his throat.
Unfortunately, visiting time is ending in about 10 minutes, Avery. I've got to get going, but if you need a ride somewhere...
No, thanks. I drove down from the city. My rental car is in the visitor lot.
Well, you have my number if there's anything you'd like to discuss. I've got another client meeting across town, so I really should be going.
I stand up and shake his offered hand. Thank you for letting me know about this.
I'll keep you informed, he tells me as he heads out the door. Your mom's a tough lady, and she loves you more than anything.
I nod, knowing it's true. And I love her more than anything, too. There was a time when I'd have said I love her more than anyone else in my life. But that was before I met Nick. Just thinking about him puts a cold ache of longing in my breast. And regret. I haven't spoken to him since we parted last night. After Stadler's call this morning, my primary concern had been my mom. I left Vendange and raced to the nearest rental car agency, then drove more than 3 hours to Pennsylvania. I haven't spoken to anyone since I arrived at Muncie. The prison policy prohibits visitors from bringing in all manner of things when visiting an inmate, so for the past several hours, my purse and cell phone have been secured at the registration desk. I know I need to call Nick and tell him where I am. I need to tell him what happened. I need to ask him to forgive me for all the things I've kept from him, fearing he wouldn't want me once he knew my truths. Now I'm terrified that I've lost him because of everything I haven't said, especially that I love him. I can only pray he'll still be willing to listen. One of the prison guards stops by the room to inform me that it's time for me to leave. Reluctantly, I kiss my mother's forehead and head out, collecting my belongings at the desk. My phone light is blinking with several missed calls. Nick's number, I see as I quickly scroll through the log. He didn't leave any messages, and his last attempt to call me was several hours ago. He's given up on me. Of course he has. I've all but ensured he would, haven't I? I rub my sternum as the ache that took up residence there earlier now feels like an icy abyss. It's raining when I exit the infirmary building. I hardly even notice the cold, wet drops as I walk out to the visitor lot. My rental is near the back, and I walk to it feeling adrift, uncertain where I'm going or where I belong anymore. As I reach the white compact car, my gaze snags on the vehicle parked in the space beside it. The sleek black BMW's engine is running, thin gray exhaust steaming in the drizzle. My feet stop moving. At the same time, Nick emerges from the driver's side. At first, I can't find my voice. Torn between elation and dread, I can only stare at this beautiful man who means everything to me. Shocked to see him, horrified that he's come here, to the very place I never wanted him to see.
"I had to know if you were okay," he says. "When you wouldn't answer my calls, I had your GPS tracked, and it led me here."
I can't read his expression. Standing with me in the rain, he looks as uncertain and wary as I know I must to him. Nick, the impulse to run to him, to bury myself in his arms, is nearly overwhelming. But I don't know if he'll reject me. I wouldn't blame him if he did. I stand frozen in place, unsure what to say to him now that he's standing in front of me. I wanted to call you. I would have. I planned to. He doesn't seem interested in my excuses now. He gestures to the women's prison behind me.
"So I'm guessing this is where your mother's been since you were 16?
Not a question he needs me to confirm, but I nod. Nick, I don't want to do this here.
We don't have to, Avery. You could have told me long before it came to this.
He's right, and I won't even try to argue. I start to shiver, though it's not the rain that's making me so miserable.
"Get in, out of the cold,"
Nick says, his tone level, devoid of emotion.
"We'll talk in the car."
Woodenly, I open the passenger side and climb in. He slides into the driver's seat, the soft thump of his door making me flinch. For a long while, there is only silence in the car. Finally, the words just start tumbling out of me, and once they start, I can't stop them. My daddy, Daniel Ross, died when I was very young. He was a good man, and we were happy. Me, my mom, and him. When I was 7 years old, he had a massive heart attack. He was gone, just like that, and everything changed. My mom eventually met someone else, a man named Martin Coyle. He worked at a school the next town over. He seemed nice. He was nice. But then he married my mom and things started to change. He would say mean things to her sometimes. Then, once he hit her. He promised he never would again, but that promise didn't last. None of his promises or apologies were worth a damn. And then, after I started getting a little older, he began looking at me in ways that made me uncomfortable. He started trying touching me when my mom wasn't there. I learned to avoid him, to leave the house if I knew he was home alone. Finally, when I was 16, he did more than touch me. And that time, I wasn't able to stop him. Memories of that day crash down on me as I speak. All my life I've shut them out, banished them to a dark corner of my mind, if only so I could survive, so as not to let them own me. But now I let them flood in. The dam is breaking, and I need Nick to understand. I couldn't get away that day. He raped me. Nick stares at me. And then your mother killed him. Yes, she shot him. I swallow the regret and the guilt that's lodged in my throat. She killed him to protect me. Although it's my personal horror, Nick looks stricken by what he's heard. I didn't know, Avery. I'm sorry. He slowly shakes his head, and when he speaks, his voice is softer than I've ever heard it. I told you that you could trust me. I told you that the only way this could work, the only way we could work, was without barriers or inhibitions. But if I'd known about this... That's right, I say softly. If you'd known about this, you would have looked at me differently. You would have been different with me. Or worse, you would have stayed away. He doesn't deny it, and strangely, that gives me strength. There's more I haven't told you, Nick. I've been lying to you about a lot of things these past 3.5 months. I tell him how Claire Prentice isn't a friend of mine at all, that she hired me to house sit. I tell him how my public relations job was actually bartending with Tasha at Vendange, and how I'd been 2 weeks away from being homeless because my apartment had been sold out from under me and I couldn't afford to move somewhere else. He listens, stoic, silent, giving me no indication whether he forgives me or despises me. Nick, please say something. He blinks, then glances away from me, staring at the rain-sluiced windshield. Has anything you've told me the past 100 days been true? Yes. The word cracks in my throat, thick with emotion. I'm desperate to make him understand, to make him believe me now. Everything I've said about us, about the way you make me feel, about what I feel for you, Nick, it's all been true. Every word. Except I didn't tell you everything. His gaze locks on me, hard with suspicion. It twists my heart to see the edge of rawness in his eyes when he's looking at me now. I lick my lips. I should have told you something else before now. Nick, I'm falling in love with you. I've caught him off guard completely. I see the telling flicker of surprise in his expression, but then it's gone, replaced with something steely, something stronger than denial. I smile nervously. Is this the part where you cut me loose because I've been fool enough to get too close to you? Is that what you think I'll do? I don't know. Other women... Never compare yourself to other women. His reply is clipped, firm. I've never compared you to anyone. This is about us.
There's no room for anyone else.
I nod, swallowing thickly. Then where do we go from here? Tell me what I can do to make this right between us again. I watch him contemplate, a tendon pulsing in the side of his cheek. When he looks at me, his blue gaze is steady, unyielding.
100 nights.
What?
100 nights in my bed.
He leans toward me, those arresting eyes refusing to let me go.
You've had 100 days on your terms, Ms. Ross. Now I want the same on mine.
My breath catches. And while part of me fears the kind of control he's about to demand, there's another part of me that can think of nothing I want more. What are your terms, Mr. Bain?
For the next 100 nights, I want you open to me. Anywhere I want, whatever I ask of you. No limits, no barriers, no hiding any part of yourself from me. And, Avery, I will demand more from you than I ever have.
That's it? I shake my head, hope and elation streaking through me like licks of fire. That's all you'll require of me? He leans forward and cups my face in his strong hands.
That's a good beginning.
Yes, I agree, as he pulls me into a sensual kiss. That is a good beginning. Nick arranges to have my rental car picked up from the prison lot, and we decide to stay overnight in Pennsylvania rather than make the long drive back to the city. Besides, I've just entered into an agreement with a formidable negotiator, and both of us are eager to get started, hammering out the fine points as quickly as possible. The nearest hotel is a cheap chain a few miles away, and Nick runs to check us in while I wait in the car. I can't take my eyes off him as he strolls into the hotel and walks up to the desk. Will I ever tire of looking at him? Will he always make my pulse quicken and my body melt with desire? I suspect so, and I intend to spend the next 3.5 months testing the theory. I'm enjoying watching the young reception clerk flirt with my man when my cell phone rings with a local call. Thinking it's Stadler or the prison calling with an update on my mom, I swipe the screen and answer, "Hello?"
Hello, Avery.
The male voice is thin, but sharp as the edge of a blade. I can't place it immediately, yet my body's reaction is visceral, as if I've just taken a face full of frigid water. Shame about your mother, huh? Course, all things considered, that fall could have been worse. A hell of a lot worse. Who is this? An airless chuckle grates across my ear. Oh, come on now. I think you know. But I'm guessing your rich boyfriend in there doesn't. Dread forms a cold knot in my gut at the mention of Nick. And yes, I do recognize this voice now. The fact that I do makes the dread I felt a moment ago corrode into something vile, something poisonous and deadly. How did he find me after all this time? The question no sooner burns through my thoughts than I recall the photo that was snapped of Nick and me at the mayor's gala. The photo that went viral online. Damn it. Anxious, I chance a look back at Nick now. He's still at the reception desk, having just signed for our room. The young clerk smiles at him as he takes the key from her, then starts to turn in my direction. "We need to talk," says the voice on the other end of the line. "I'll be in touch." The connection is cut, and I'm left holding my phone in trembling hands. I drop it into my purse before Nick returns to the car. He's grinning as he climbs in and hands me the room keys in their little paper sleeve.
Honeymoon suite was all they had left. Hope you don't mind.
No. I force a smile that feels tight on my lips. I don't mind. He cocks his head at me, frowning.
Something's wrong?
No. I try for another smile, a stronger one that draws on years of practice in pretending nothing is wrong when, in reality, my life is coming apart at the seams. Everything's fine. This concludes For 100 Days by Lara Adrian, narrated by Summer Morton. Copyright 2016 by Lara Adrian, LLC. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Lara Adrian LLC and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.